Um. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to Bluespan's Dota 2 stream. Hello Lulu, hello Blend, hello Xing Shang, hello Vinit, hello Tundra, hello Asvi. Hello Amen. God, this coffee is so damn hot. Hello Logan. Hello Ren. Hello Wenho. Thanks Vinit. Oh, we've got a game. Hey Lulu, I'm gonna be using push to talk, but I'm gonna be using voice activity, but do you mind using push to talk for me?
I'm always on push to talk.
No, you're not.
Except when we play games that I cannot use push to talk.
Okay. Glad you like the hat, Ren. ECU Auditor? Who? What? Think I'm gonna play offlaner, Lulu?
Your turn to
That's a good offlaner to play.
I'm thinking, but something that you will not practice for, guys.
I don't know. This MMR's getting kind of high, so.
How about Centaur? You haven't played him in a long time.
That is true. You know, I'm quite tempted to do Centaur. Any other suggestions?
5 seconds remaining.
Maybe Wraith King?
Wraith King? I think he's quite weak this patch.
Is it?
Yeah, I'm just gonna play Centaur. Done!
Ace.
Oh, Vinny wanted Axe.
Oh, Axe, it's good as well.
You haven't played Axe in a long time.
Yep. Vinita has played Axe though.
Yep. Oh, Radiance for fun? Maybe if it's a good item.
Your turn to pick.
Hello, Nathaniel. Does the audio is a little too early now? I don't know, you tell me.
The stream audio.
Here, I'm gonna buy some items, okay? Look.
Your turn to pick.
Does that look normal?
Can you just buy one and wait?
Audio's early?
Yeah, it's a little bit early. Yeah.
Should be okay now, watch this.
Your turn to pick.
Yes. Now it's perfect.
Can I get a ward, please? This guy has fucking 35 wins. How's that even possible? Let's say that he's played 70 games, you know, like, is it even possible to play 70 games and then play ranked? This game's done, I think. Oh my god.
Holy shit.
Wow. Ha 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 ha, report my ass. It is possible, you say Namdota. How's that possible? My understanding is that you had to play close to 100 games. English only, please. Thanks.
Well, he probably lost 100 games then.
Yeah, I suppose so.
It's in the bag. My gratitude.
Prepare for battle.
Buy a fucking ward, bro. Oh my god, these are the items you buy, you fuck? Seriously? Wow. Just wow. Okay.
Steel and strength. Downward strike.
30 seconds to
Oh, Pudge is bottom, that's good. Yeah, dive. I was scared Pudge would be top. You know, the stream started 8 minutes ago. You tell me if this is the first match, man.
It's actually the 20th.
Yes. My horn and hoof.
the battle begins.
Man, I'm too sleepy for this shit.
Is mine. Yes.
Drink some more coffee.
Esperanza, I have replied to many of your comments.
Yes.
Who actually already finished a 5-minute turbo game before this.
Killing.
Yes, that is absolutely true.
So I go.
What the fuck? Oh my god, my creepy equilibrium.
Attack.
And these creeps, they're stunned for like 5 seconds.
I go now.
Yep.
As I wish.
This guy is fucking shit up.
No.
There are people worse than me.
You know, anything's possible.
Oh yeah.
Attack. Flush.
Oh my god, what a nice deny.
Lively than theirs. Shatterbones. My team.
I think I'm gonna need a quelling blade. What the fuck? He's doing it again. Well, good thing we have 2 range creeps, so. Or I should say they have 2 range creeps. Stop it.
Blade sings.
Stop it.
He's pulling back the creeps though. So in a
It
way he
sucks.
knows what he's doing, but he doesn't know what he's doing.
Oh, is that how you define it?
Yep. I think he kind of thinks he knows what he's doing, but he doesn't know what he's doing.
I fear no beast.
Have you ever heard of the Dunning-Kruger effect?
Shall spatter.
Basically, you just described in a nutshell.
As
Oh,
I
yeah.
Stop sucking me, Lion. Seriously, I don't even cast spells, you fuck. Next stack's 13.
So I go.
Oh, maybe Lion doesn't know that.
Steel and strength.
One maledict, right?
Yes. Shatterbolts.
This guy has full wand already. Yeah. Okay.
Chop. Break. My strength grows. The flick of my tail. Let it go. Galloping.
Oh, you dead, bitch!
Oh, nice.
Blades, the first of many bloodings.
Not today.
Break you. A killing pace. Death runs. Who dares challenge? By horn and hoof. Yes,
There's Pudge here. I think it's stun. Stun hook.
my steel.
Better start cutting these trees.
Yes.
Just ruin Pudge's shit. Wait a minute, there's enough trees here.
Crushing. You are denied.
Yo, Lagger, how you doing, bud? I'm gonna suck somebody. Okay.
Attack.
There you go. Get this house off.
Oh yes. Fear my face.
Oh, I suppose I'll get the other ones.
Blood shall spatter. A lucky find.
Your top tower is under attack.
Oh.
Trampled
Oh my god.
Oh, I got him.
I cobble my way.
That Sunstrike also.
Yep. Thank you too. How you doing? Hello, Nick. Is anyone else getting lag? The blue thing on the screen is an eye tracker.
Death bears golden fruit. Chop you open. Shatterbones.
I should push this thing. Dude, I can't last hit this catapult because he keeps right clicking it.
A killing pace.
I really don't like this guy.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Oh my god!
Dire's
Artemis.
structures are fortified.
Is this stream lagging, Lulu?
Nope.
Attack.
Okay, Bang, and it's just you, man.
So I go. My steel thirsts. Death runs. Downwards.
Your middle tower is under attack. The enemy's top tower is
Now you use your fucking. Oh my god! This fucking witch doctor's so
Your
bad!
middle tower is under attack.
Ah!
Attack denied.
See, Namdota, the thing is, I say it actually to be entertaining, but I would never say that, to his face. Especially if he was my friend.
My blade safe.
Now, if he was just some random pup that pissed me off, oh yeah, I'll tell him that. But so far, he hasn't been too bad.
Caress.
Nice try, Spectre.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Yes.
Well, I have my ultimate now. Somebody's gonna get hit real
Steel
bad.
and strength. Bones to crush.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Oh man, I'm gonna die for this catapult. Oh god, I don't know if I want to tank this tower anymore.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Holy shit. Nope!
Dire structures
Ain't nobody getting
are
this
falling.
catapult.
Your middle tower has fallen.
Yes.
Why don't I listen to music rap or other music? Why don't you listen to country music?
Yes. By horn and hoof.
What am I gonna do in this lane here? Actually, I have a lot of charges, huh? I gotta fuck this guy up, I think. Yeah, he doesn't have mana. I'm gonna fuck him up.
Go, go, go.
How long does this shit last? 20 seconds? That's a long time. No, come back, Spectre. Oh man.
Blood shall spatter. Coin well earned.
I see what you did there, Namdota. It's okay, I won't tell anybody. Never mind. God damn it! What the fuck, Invoker? What are you doing here? Seriously?
Farming, apparently.
It's not even a good gank. Level 8 Skywrath versus now level 8 Invoker.
A caress. Gold for my buckles.
Well, you know, Namdota, as they say, if it's stupid and it works, it's not stupid. High 7k,
That is true.
not actually 7k, am I right? Low old VLAX.
The flick of my teeth. Downward strike. Attack.
So this new item, this Ring of Trash, 3.75 HP regen versus 6 from Ring of Health. That is not too shabby. We lost our mid tower already. Interesting.
My steel thirsts. Steel and strength.
Need a ward. Oh my god, I'm so good at taking towers.
The enemy's top tower.
Yes, you
has
are.
fallen.
I think my teammates need ultimate. What the fuck? We fucked up.
Strike.
I'm out of here. Pudge's not gonna kill me. Should I go bottom? I'm gonna go mid.
Time to take all their towers.
Yep.
Yes. A caress. Break.
Oh, fuck, there's a line here. Good thing he didn't stun.
I feel like he got scared as well.
Yeah,
He's like,
no,
"Oh,
we
shit.
scared each other.
Oh, shit. Just run the other way.
Hmm. Hmm. Well, somebody's gotta stop that Spectre from farming.
Yes.
Man, this guy doesn't have shit. Look at my items, and then look at his items, and then look at my items, and then look at his items.
Oh my god.
Oh yeah,
Poor guy.
literally. Oh hey, buddy. I'm the fun police. Oh, the Vanguard. You're right. Block this. Good call, Namdota. Didn't even think about that at all.
My withers twitch. My steel thirsts. Attack!
Detection? He does. You gotta go together. Oh my god, you almost fucked that up. Oh, LC wants to kill me. Does LC even have blink? Oh, he does have blink. I casually walk away now. He's still chasing, bro?
Yeah.
I don't want to use my ultimate.
So I go.
Tide is muddy.
Care. Man, God, I had to use my ultimate.
Killing.
Okay. Oh my god, does he know that I'm here?
Looks that way. Maybe not.
Easy experience. Oh my god, dude. And he's dead. That guy's dead too. Care. My river! I gotta get my river before I die! No! Oh, the shop is right there!
Dire structures are fortified.
So close.
Structures are fortified.
Wow, man, that actually just happened. Good job, Tundra. Great sound effect. God, man, I was like right here.
Steel and strength.
Now, some of you might be wondering, Blueshman, how come you never go gank other lanes?
Who's lighter?
Well, that's a very easy question to answer. I don't give a shit about my teammates. Just joking. It is actually because... Come on, Skyrim.
Is it because you want to keep a Spectre on the farm?
Yes, that is it. Do we have the game over sound from Super Mario World? No. I have a lot of farm, eh?
Oh yeah.
Bones to crush.
You wanna run at me, bros? Void's got Chronos here.
Your
He
middle tower
can
is
actually
under
theoretically
attack.
come here.
Steel and strength.
Oh, this Witch Doctor has... Oh shit, dude. Jesus cannot save you. We have Chronos here, though. Oh yeah. Oh no, what the fuck? That's not...
Oh shit! Kill them all!
Like trying to run around the bubble and walk into the bubble.
Death runs.
That's X-Roan? What?
お前はもう死んでいる。何？
Okay.
All should flee.
Oh, I need to block my camp.
Peace.
And he didn't block my camp. Can't believe I have a heart already. I'm good, man. I got a heart.
Yes,
Oh man, I can take all the towers now.
I come. So I go.
Holy shit. Hopefully Void can carry.
My steel thirsts. Heart of Tarrasque. I feel peace.
We might have to go hard carry or some shit. This is based off damage.
A travel road. Shall spatter.
Oh, Lion's... This motherfucker's already going for the wards. Lion's going for this... Void? Lion's going for this rune. You fucking slow ass shit. Suckers! Motherfucker! You tool me? Huh?
Oh yeah.
You know what items I have? What a fucking sucker.
I think he actually thought that with Sunstrike and Lion's finger and everything. They use so much on
Yeah,
you
they
for
did.
nothing.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen. Your bottom tower is under attack.
You wanna suck me? You wanna suck me? Good. Give me some mana.
Tower is under attack.
Back.
Enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Yes.
Yeah, I've never really gotten heart so early before, but yeah, I mean, what are they gonna do about it? There's a tree right here. They can't see me. Oh god. Oh god, this is a terrible spot to be in.
Oh shit.
Oh, they're all
Activated.
here. Okay, so that there is a ward right here, or right here. Yeah, it's probably not here, so it's probably here then. Boop. You know what? Maybe I'll just go blade mail. Do I really need to blink? Maybe we'll go casual chainmail for now. I don't think I plan on buying Crimson Guard, so... Here, let's sell the shield, buy this item, go over here. Chase, chase, chase!
Oh, nice.
All in 6 hearts. You silly goose. What are you doing, man? I'm trying to farm this shit. There we go. I need Crimson for fountain diving? That's what I bought Heart for. Daniel, thanks for subscribing. A nice stun. Oh my god, my mana. Pudge is missing. Alright, well, it's time to get back. Can't let overconfidence kill, right?
Oh yeah.
I've died too many times being cocky.
Really but sexy though.
Hey, thank you. Pudge and Viz. How's Witch Doctor doing? Oh, there's a Pudge here probably. That seems to hurt, eh? Oh my god. Oh my god.
Oh shit.
I wonder if I survive if I use Hood. And Wand. Yeah, I think if I press both these buttons at the same time before the duel, I might have survived that. Fuck.
It's okay.
CK? BM? We have Chaos Knight in this game?
I think he's playing another game.
Huh.
Maybe in the past or the future.
Is mine.
Or his side.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower has fallen.
I return to battle. Fresh meat.
Want me to help this guy? Couple Skyra. Yeah, this is real Spectre, okay?
No chance.
It's so dead.
Dares challenge.
Hey, Void, do Roshan. Don't go high ground.
Push.
No. If you come here, you can chrono them at Roshan.
Gotcha. Yep, go. Hit water. Block here.
Dares challenge. My steel bursts.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower is under attack.
Excuse me, Legion Commander is actually a girl.
Your shrine has fallen to the radiant.
Take it, you fuck.
Immortality. Shatterpoints. For my boots. After
No, I'm gonna need an armor item that's not blade mail.
galloping. Fresh meat. Killing peace.
Pudge.
illusion.
Punch can be really annoying once he gets tanky.
Oh yeah.
As I wish.
Wah wah.
I leap to the
Go,
kill.
let's go push Hay.
Okay, okay.
Shall spatter.
Alright.
I shouldn't have showed my illusions. Should hit them.
Downward strike.
Oh wow.
I fear no beast.
Oh, they want to fight. They want to fight this. What the fuck, man? We're a team.
Oh shit. Okay. They spot a bit.
What the fuck, man? How you know I'm here, dude?
Oh
What the
shit.
fuck? Fuck you, Punch! How do you just... You know what? He probably didn't even intend to hook me. Oh, man.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, you know, he probably was trying to hook. I was waiting for my heart to heal me, you know? I was...
Your top tower
Could
is under
have Shrek those kids.
Radiant structures are fortified. Your top tower is under attack.
Pudge is the hero, you do stupid shit and look good doing it. Oh, I should play that
Your
hero.
bottom tower is under attack.
I actually think Punch is one of the really fun heroes to play if you know what you do.
I think he's fun and very high skill cap.
Yeah. He's really hard to play, but if you know how to play him, it's also really fun. And it looks stupid, but if it looks stupid and it works, is it stupid?
Yeah, it could probably still be stupid, but you know, a broken clock is right twice a day, right?
Yep. There goes Punch.
My withers twist.
Hey, bud.
Yes.
Are we on the timer to end this game? No one has BKB.
Steel and strength.
Yeah, no, actually we're on the timer, and no, they actually wouldn't like him. Guys, we have to end early, so let's start pushing more aggressively. Also warding more aggressively, please.
Who dares challenge?
Oh my god!
Killing peace.
This is a disaster. Oh my god.
Holy shit. That was bad.
Yes,
So
it
bad.
was. Oh god, I don't know what to
Oh,
do
which
now.
doctor is about to die as well?
Well, that's the whole team.
Yep.
I don't know what to do now, man. Spectre has a heart. We fucking lost. We actually lost.
Blood shall spatter.
Oh man, this line. Does Lion have blink yet? He doesn't have blink. That's good.
By horn and hoof.
So I will just walk over here like this, and then go like this. Oops, wrong button. What the fuck? I fucking panicked my ass off there.
Yes.
Oh, wrong button. Oh, what? Oh, hood? No, I actually just meant to press TP.
Yes.
Man, I'm just shocked that they did push. Just shocked.
My blade sings.
Like I cut mid, risked my life, and yeah.
Break you. Crushing.
Oh god. Oh my god.
Oh my
So I go.
We lost. Need fucking awards, please. Award every time exactly where I die, please.
Yes, that's how it works.
You see how I died in the
Tower
fountain?
is under attack.
Award right there, please.
A trampled
Yeah, I don't know, guys. I had to massively outsmart these
Your
guys
top
to win, though.
tower has fallen.
Otherwise, I don't know how I can win. To be quite
My
honest.
steel thirsts.
Oh, nice.
My blade grows lighter. Yes.
I think I go AC. Let's go AC.
The flick of my
AC,
tail.
BKB, or something like that.
I fear no beast.
Oh, he's still on the warding where I died part.
Yep. Where's LC, anyways? Oh, diffusal blade, my man has gonna be on. Yo, help! See the Switch Doctor?
Shatterbones.
I'm coming, I'm coming. Oh, slow TP, slow TP, slow TP.
You guys.
The hoofbeats of your heart. My horn and hoof.
Fuck, I should've used HUD.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Wave! Wave!
Killing peace.
God damn.
A trampled road. As I
Oh, they're all coming.
Yeah, yeah, go on Centaur. Go on Centaur. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Combo me. Yeah, yeah.
so I
What a fucking... Oh man, this is so bad.
Holy shit.
Fuck you guys. God damn it. Alright, man. I'm good. How are you? I'm good, Jessica. How are you? Hello. Where's my 25 talent? Oh, gains, retaliate aura. Retaliate aura. I don't know if I want that. I think it's kind of garbage if I remember correctly. Like, everyone gets
Your
retaliate
middle
aura.
tower is under attack.
Yeah, no, it's probably garbage.
Radiant
So we,
structures are fortified.
believe we actually...
Your
Oh, this guy's a
middle tower
6.
is under attack.
I believe we... Yeah, we just get the... Oh, man. Parker, thanks for subscribing. Yeah, we have
Your
to get
middle
the
tower is
the
under
hoof
attack.
stomp
Your
duration.
middle tower has fallen.
So I believe BKB is actually better for me than AC at this point. Even though LC is a gigantic problem, I actually cannot deal with the stuns and the hexes and the mana burns. Prioritize.
Yep.
This guy needs BKB too. So what was Roshan time, Lulu?
It's
I see
It's under 10.
that you just... Alright.
it's probably up.
I step again into the arena. Yes.
He's going Dragonlance next? Why? Dragonlance for what? Better fucking get those right clicks in at 37 minutes.
Bones to crush.
Oh yeah, look at all that far. Oh, juicy. Juicy. Yeah, okay, bud. I actually don't want to deal with you.
Coming.
Okay.
Was that supposed to hurt?
Right here, dude.
Galloping.
He's already in base.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower is falling.
Can't let the Spectre get away. The Spectre, please.
Your bottom barracks is falling.
Oh!
Holy
God, dude.
shit!
We're fucking done in this game. Ah.
Your bottom barracks are under attack. Your bottom barracks has fallen.
Yeah, we lost. Yeah, we just did not get enough objectives early game.
Your
GG.
middle tower has fallen. Your middle barracks are under your middle barracks has fallen. Your middle barracks has fallen. Your middle tower is under attack.
Oh,
Yeah.
Your middle tower is under attack.
oh, nice try. You did pretty good.
Your middle tower
Hey,
is
Trin.
under attack.
Don't be a dick, okay, man.
Your middle tower has fallen. Your top tower has fallen. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen. Your top tower has fallen. Your ancient is under attack.
Yeah, if you guys are rude, I'm gonna ban you, okay? Thanks.
Your top barracks has fallen. Your top barracks has fallen.
GG, nice try.
Thanks.
Under attack. Dire victory.
Am I a professional? Nope. What could I have done this game? Oh, we have a game ready.
Ooh, so fast.
Your turn to battle.
Do you mind reducing
5 seconds remaining.
your whininess? Thanks. Hey, you know, Nihei, I'll tell you what, man. When you contribute something to this stream one day, then you can make demands, okay? Ever heard of beggars can't be choosers? Fucking whiny people.
Entitled kids.
Yep. Well, that's not how you spell whininess. His English might not be good enough. How do you spell whininess? Whininess. This? No, is that how you spell it?
Your turn to pick.
Reducing your complaining. There we go. Let's just say that. Oh.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Your turn to pick.
Try sniper with 4 moon shards and a skull. Isn't that what I just said, Logan? Isn't that? Did I not just spell it exactly like that? Win? Venus? Did we not spell it exactly the same way?
5 seconds remaining.
Where's my Venomancer? Hi, Vinny. Understood, Nihate? Man, if I say something to you, reply please, okay? I know you come here all the time, man, so if you say something and I say something back, reply. I don't care if it's a question, and it wasn't a actually it is a question. I don't care what it is, man. I really don't. It's okay, Logan. And
Wine less, appreciate more. Everyone is happier.
thanks, Kyle. Yeah, anyways, the expression is beggars can't be choosers, right? So if you come to my house and I cook you dinner for free and you complain about the food, that sounds pretty bad, man. You know what I mean? Anyways, hey, I know you're a teenager, so you don't understand this kind of stuff. But this is your chance to learn, okay, man? If people give you shit for free, don't complain about it. Especially when you come here all the time, consistently, you know?
We need this right though.
My food can never be. That is definitely not true, but thank you. I've cooked some pretty bad shit. When you've cooked thousands of dishes, yeah, you're bound to fuck some shit up.
Your turn to pick.
Oh, I think I'm the 5 this game. 5 in Master. Fuck!
Aww.
I made you curry yesterday. Well, I'm glad you liked it. Even if you cook me a bacon, I'll just gonna eat it even if I'm not allowed to. That's called stealing, I believe. Oh, so...
No, I think he's not allowed to eat bacon. So even
Oh, he's a Muslim.
If you cook bacon for him, he will still eat it even though he's not allowed to eat.
Not very loyal to religion, are you?
I come, the venomous one.
It is in the
Prepare for battle.
Do I need to ban you? Yeah, you watch your next comment, Min.
I'm watching you.
Yeah, what the fuck? I have played literally thousands and thousands of games at the immortal level. Just fine. So, you tell me if I can handle them or not. Yeah, no, this mid guy, the slightest breeze, we'll get him banned.
Yes.
I don't know what item to buy. Go with this.
Yes.
30 seconds to
Okay, Tundra, I see that makes more sense.
Yes.
I almost feel bad.
So, Venomous Gale does, let's see, 10 per tick times 5 plus 25, so 75 damage with a slow
Agitation.
at level 1. 75 damage for 125 mana versus 6 times 6, 36.
To the fight.
Hey, you told me, I believe you told me you were 15 or 16 last time. If I remember correctly.
Vile advance.
Either way, man, like... I don't know, you keep like denying it. You're like, you're defending yourself, but you're whiny, dude. It's a fact that you're whiny. You're like, oh, no. I'm just like, I don't know how you keep defending yourself,
Quick
man.
as venom. Toxic attack. I'm under attack. A touch of venom.
oh, okay, bud. Anyways, if you're older than I actually think you are, then that actually just makes you look more stupid. It's kind of like, you know, someone who's 20 years old, but they don't know how to wipe their ass yet. Actually, I can't pull this. I'll just gank mid or something. Oh, you know what? This Bloodseeker will continuously cast his Q, so if we buy a wand...
Attack. As you say. Quick as venom.
Oh, he's got Fade Bolt. Oh my god, he hit me too.
Oh,
Jesus Christ.
so much damage.
Yes.
What the fuck?
What? What is Anime doing top?
I have no idea.
Increased potency. Going.
Oh, he's losing. Wraith King will lose bottom two. Oh my god, I think we lost the game. Like, this laning phase is just so bad.
Oh,
See,
shit.
now Wraith King just used stun. Use stun to get last hit. Oh, okay, actually I got the Bloodseeker. I was trying to hit both of them, but I wasn't sure. Sucker.
Pay for thy lack.
I just go bottom, bud.
Impaled. Nay.
So I can either go the wards build or I can just double down on Venomous Gale.
A touch of venom.
I'm not really sure. What the fuck? He can see me?
Touch of venom.
What? Oh, that tree's cut there.
That's your best.
Whoa. What's going on here? Oh, Monkey King's on the tree, huh? Oh, oh man.
Oh, he got him.
Oh, I want to assist.
Impaled.
bows to me.
Yes.
Yeah, I think I go ward build.
Fuel for my fire. Your middle tower is under attack.
Okay, doesn't look friendly. Oh, Lina doesn't have
A
shit.
friendly enemy.
People keep using her courier and now she has nothing. How can I gain? She's losing mid pretty hard too. 10 damage per tick. So actually level 1 Venomous Gale will actually dispel refraction. I need this bitch to get her
Yes.
her bottle. Oh no. Oh no.
Yes. As you say. It's not time yet.
Oh my goodness.
Dissipates.
It's Rubik. Fucking shit up.
Extinguished.
Venom and vengeance. Toxic combination.
I'm gonna use that. The guy anyways. It's level 6, I'm level 4, of course. The perfect hero for me. That was this guy made.
Agitation.
Still who's gonna die, of course. That game.
Oh yeah, actually I got a good example of whininess. That is a question. For Uni Hate. I just thought of it just now. So remember that it's okay, Lena. Remember that just because you're asking a question doesn't mean that you're immune to whininess. Okay? Hey, Wraith King, if you stun, Pudge can help. Okay.
Violet there.
Yeah,
Like, I can be like, are we there yet? Why is this so boring? You see how that works, right? I can say that, and you see how it sounds whiny?
Watch this spot. Agitation. My loyal ward.
Don't take my kill. I worked so hard for this. Please, no! Damn it.
Impaled.
You work so hard
Yeah.
and Wraith King gets the kill.
Uh-oh. Mina might die. Oh, you gonna give me clarity? Thanks, bud. Thank you so much.
Ah, what a nice
I know,
guy.
right?
Middle tower is under attack.
I immediately like this punch right now.
As you say.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Oh, what a nice
Your middle tower is under attack.
Oh, I got a kill. Nice.
Venom, your veins.
fucking Christ.
I'll get mana beats.
Quick as venom.
Here for mana, friends.
No way I can deal with this mid.
Hey, I'm gonna help you, okay?
A touch
I'll
of
help you in
venom.
just a moment.
I mean, my spells are like nothing with that shield. That's super annoying.
Don't worry about it.
Just abandoned me, and he has wards every single place.
Every single place?
Fuck.
Wraith King stun.
Yeah, he has a ward here. He has a ward here. Level 8. Getting overlapped tonight.
Oh shit.
No.
And runes. He's also getting all the runes.
How did he see me here, dude? What the fuck?
Oh, you got your runes.
Venom.
Can I use my salve with poison sting on me?
I
With Bill and
think
Venom.
you can't.
My venom flows.
Damn, Kyle, you are rich.
Ever more venomous.
Wraith King, you have to stun first.
Yes.
Holy shit.
Stick
Selena's fucking missing everything. Get him, Ward! Pick him away, toys. Pick him
Your
away.
bottom tower is under attack.
Jab.
touch of venom.
Your middle tower has fallen.
Doesn't it?
I'm not letting me if you want to land.
Okay.
Agitation.
I need 6.
Your
I kill
middle
this TA.
tower is under attack.
Hey, Pudge. Hey, Wraith King. Can you go toward...
Your middle tower is under attack.
Killing spree.
Quick as venom.
More fuel for my fire.
Hey, Wraith King, get ready, okay? Wait.
Violet.
Oh, yeah, scare her.
I'm telling you, this is warded.
Is that a hunch or is that a fact?
That's warded. This is warded as well.
Quick as venom. As you say.
Your top tower is under attack.
Venom pays.
Your
doesn't
top
hurt.
tower is under attack. Your top tower is under attack.
Attack.
Coming for you.
I'm coming. I have. Just don't let her TP, okay? If she doesn't TP, we can kill her.
With vim
Why don't we
and
fight?
venom.
What the fuck are you doing, anti-mage?
Your top tower is under attack.
Them off.
Your top tower has
I just
fallen.
needed vision of TA there, man. That's all I needed.
My venom flows.
Stun hook.
A touch of vim, a plague on our foes.
Oh, fuck's the other guy?
Impale.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Elena, you can work with the touch.
Agitation.
Your middle
Oh,
tower
Bloodseeker's
is
here,
under
here,
attack.
here.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Yes.
Wars everywhere.
Impaled.
Wow! I know, right?
Plague our enemies.
I don't even know items to buy this game.
A touch of venom.
Oh fuck, there's a Monkey King here.
My enemy succumbs.
I'm gonna die. Monkey King. Monkey King's gonna kill me. She's on top of me. He might have Gale.
Oh, you got
Rubik
it.
is Gale.
Battle isn't over yet. I'm under attack.
I don't know if I want to fight this anymore. Definitely, it might be the, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
shit.
slowly branding him to death. Oh, he's getting an urn. I like this guy a lot.
Monkey King is coming.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Back from death's door.
Oh, maybe I should have TP bottom. Fuck!
Venom flows.
God damn it. Oh, I thought Tia had Blink.
As you
She doesn't even have
say.
Blink. Oh, wants his tower, huh? TA wants his tower bad. We can use that. We can kill her.
Your middle tower
Fine.
has fallen.
Toxin.
Now
Fuck, 2 sentries?
Quick as venom.
Seriously? The Bloodseeker? Why you do this to me?
Violet.
Gotta get him punch! Kill him! Kill him!
No.
Money to burn.
Hi with it. Oh, the combo interrupt. Oh, the fucking Laguna Blade.
Holy shit.
this guy. Oh no! My
shit.
biggest weakness. The TP scroll.
It's so cheap too.
Yeah, I just died. I just died and I almost killed Monkey King. Oh, let me get into the jungle then. Here, I'm in jungle now. What a fucking whiny ass bitch. See any hate? He's kind of like you. Why are you from me? Why are you in the lane? Shut the fuck up.
Ruination. It's in my nature.
Oh, Monkey King's already back. How does he? Wow.
Quick as venom. My venom.
Oh, Monkey
flows.
King. We know for sure he doesn't have TP scroll this time.
Yes. Going.
Did he just ward? I wonder.
Yes. My venom glands in gold.
What the fuck? There's a sentry here?
With Vim.
What? How does he see me?
I'm
Is there a
under
ward right
attack.
here? How?
Let's
Your middle tower is under attack.
How does he see me? No, they have ward here. Oh, it's gotta be here then. Ward's over here. Oh my god. Where's the ward here? Nah, this is way too weird of a ward spot. So the ward has to be right here, right where ours is. Figured it out. High ground ward. Well, where is it, Vinit? Where's Monkey King? Oh god.
Like a blight,
I don't even know
I
anymore.
return.
What is real?
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Monkey King on a tree, huh?
Your bottom tower has fallen.
Vile advance.
Okay, but where's the ward, Vinit? I know you think that he put down a ward, but is that an opinion or hunch,
Yeah.
or is that a fact? And if he did, where did he put the ward?
Fuck, that's a fast battle theory, you know.
Caustic blow. I'm not ready.
Oh,
We definitely got this thing
is dewarded already? Okay, you know I don't even care about the wards anymore. Should I buy back? I think I should buy back. Nah, fuck my team.
Oh, they got hacked soon.
I think we lost this game.
I'll make up for lost time.
I can grab these bounty runes.
A touch of venom.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
I deserve this.
Should I save the anti-mage? No.
The fuck, man, just run here.
Yes.
TP out.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Ah.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
As you say.
Oh shit.
Your bottom tower is under
No.
attack.
No, don't blink on me, TA. Oh my, there's an ogre here too? I'm dead. Oh, I have enough money for my 4-stack. Okay, should I stay in Fountain or Jungle, you fucking idiot?
Holy shit.
Answer the question, okay? Fountain or Jungle, choose one.
Your top tower
Can
is
you
under
do
attack.
both jungle
Fountain
from the
or
fountain?
jungle, man. And I'm not allowed to farm now? Okay. A hero of capabilities of farming is not allowed to farm? You fucking retard.
Your top tower is falling.
We're waiting for the hook. Good hooks.
So what?
This is water.
You're a retard, anti-mage. You don't even know what you're talking about.
Impaled.
I go like that. You can die. Yep.
Actually, I had the wrong hotkeys. Oops.
Oh yeah, that happens a lot. Holy shit.
Yeah, this game is over.
Frustrating.
Oh my god.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Restored.
Your top tower is under attack.
Oh.
This TA might die.
Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower has fallen.
No, he has too much HP.
Your top barracks has fallen. Your top barracks.
It's
are under
okay. We
attack.
lost at the laning phase, I'm sure.
Your top barracks has fallen.
Yeah, it was pretty hard playing this.
Say Monkey King Ogre versus Pudge Anti-Mage. What the? Oh my god.
Enemies will taste sweet toxicity.
Alright, I need some armor items.
Your
And
bottom
a
tower is under
chainmail.
attack.
With vim and venom. Impaled. Payment due. Yes. As you say.
It's Monkey King.
Yes. Quick as venom. Yes.
Roshan has fallen. into
I got
dark.
this, Lou. You don't have to write it down.
Okay.
Vile advance.
Okay.
Ruination.
Yes, BKB. Make him use it.
Fresh meat.
Agitation.
This is how it is.
To the touch. Watch this.
Oh my god, they're all
Oh, we have an
alive.
urn already. Okay. Then I will just buy a casual.
With vim and venom.
He died. I say, well played. Motherfucker. Actually, maybe I'll just save her Ghost Scepter. Yeah, that probably makes more sense. Oh my god.
Holy shit.
Everybody kills now.
A touch of venom.
Yeah, I know we lost a long time ago.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Yeah. It was a hard game to begin with.
Fallen. Your middle barracks has fallen.
A touch of venom.
Yeah, no, we can't.
We'll still win, but
Nah.
still win.
Quick as venom.
You need the radiance now, I think.
Radiance? Oh, he's not even close to Radiance. Maybe Radiance next game.
Do the right thing.
Violet Vance.
Your bottom tower has fallen.
Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. I'm dead. We're all dead.
And now the game is over.
Now the game's over. You heard it here, folks.
Agitation.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower has fallen. Your bottom barracks are under attack. Your bottom barracks has fallen. The enemy now has megaforce.
Impaled. Plague our enemies.
Your middle tower is
Oh,
under
this Pudge. Oh, yeah.
Attack. My loyal wolf.
Your middle tower has fallen.
GG, nice try.
Thanks, Lulu.
Is under attack.
Still your big anti-match last day.
Your ancient is under attack.
Oh, man, I didn't even hit that guy.
Your ancient is under
Sorcery shall not work.
Yeah, I think it's outro. But maybe the Wraith King and the Pudge should have been together from the beginning. Maybe, just maybe. Let me let's just look at these stats for a second.
Well,
Yeah, look,
don't have
clear up.
less things. See our draft of them.
So I mean, at 10-minute mark, it paints a very, very clear picture. So yeah, TA has double Lena's net worth. Bloodseeker has like 1.7 times Anti-Mage's net worth. Monkey King has actually the Monkey King and the Wraith King were kind of even. So I mean it's, but I wonder a Wraith King Pudge lane. Maybe that would have been better, and then. No. We still lose lane. Because it would have been Ogre Monkey King versus Anti-Mage Venomancer. Two of the strongest laners against one of the weakest laners in the game, and also another kind of weak laner, which is me, the Venomancer. So then I would blame the draft. Well, I picked in the first phase, so you can't blame me.
No, it's time to blame you.
What?
How dare you not play carry?
Yeah, well, I suppose I should have put them icon faster. But I wasn't sure what I wanted to play.
Yeah, it's okay. You can play whatever you want. Have fun.
So actually, I think we could probably have won this game if they put me mid. If I was mid Venomancer, we would win this game. Straight up. Because Venomancer shits all over TA. So mid would have won, and then you put Lina as the support. You could do Lina 4, and then Lina could go together with the Anti-Mage bottom. And because Monkey King and Ogre are both melee, Lina just right-clicks the shit out of them, and there's not a single damn thing that they can do. So Lina should have been 4, bottom with Anti-Mage. Pudge and Wraith King goes top against the Rubik Bloodseeker. Yeah, that would have been totally fine. Yeah.
So the picks were good, just the way you laned wasn't
Picks
that
are
good.
still shit. Because that's an unconventional way to lane. And these guys, when you pick a hero, you also have to imagine where you put the hero, right? So
Yep.
the way that these guys pick the heroes to put in lanes, is just not good. So whatever. Dota Plus thinks we outdrafted them.
Yep. And until minute 7, let's say, you had a chance to win, and then it went downhill from there. That was.
Wow, Anti-Mage GPM 353. Actually, all 5 heroes on Radiant have very similar GPM. Like we are literally all within about 100 gold per minute from each other. Oh my god. And I did the most damage as the 5. Actually,
Good
was I
job.
the 5? I think Pudge bought more. Yeah, I was. No. Pudge bought more. Actually, technically, Pudge is 5.
Technically.
Hello, chat. Why do you guys think we lost? I'm gonna play Safe Link here now.
Your turn to pick.
When Anti-Mage TP'd into the offlane, I was like, oh, fuck. No, that was just, yeah.
I was also, what the fuck is going on? What is Anti-Mage doing here? Is he ganking?
Yeah, it was that exact
Your
moment that I
turn
knew we lost the game. Venom not try hard enough? Well, you're not wrong. Legends, Brocket, sad, dude. SC, rotation, SC win.
10
I don't understand what that
seconds
means.
remaining.
Moon and stars are aligned.
Easy rotation, easy
5
win,
seconds
meaning if you rotate, you win, apparently.
Your turn to pick.
That seems like an oversimplification of the game. It's kind of like when people say, Ricky shit hero, just buy dust.
That shows he doesn't know what he's talking about. But he thinks he knows what he's talking about.
Doctor Strange says so. Did he? Do you have a video of him saying that or a recording, sir? Bad lanes? Yeah, bad lanes. Ricky shit hero, just buy dust. I think I just said that, right? Pink, can you carry?
Yep.
Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah, I can carry. Oh man. Oh, I was gonna play TB, but now I'm not so sure because they have Tinker. Do I want you to carry? You want me to mid? Yeah, I'm okay with that too. So don't mind playing Zeus at all. Zeus is a great hero. Zeus is a great hero.
To pick.
Oh yeah. And now that someone did not ban Zeus, he can
this
play
is great
Zeus.
that I can play Zeus. Sorry, bro. I'm 6K player. Oh, okay. So Arnell, if I asked you to log into your 6K account and send a screenshot, do you think that you could do that? Oh, actually, no. Yeah, I mean, well, you still have to log into it. So you could tell me the name of your account, and we could look it up on the leaderboards. And then could you log into that account and send me a party invite? No, I can't. I forgot my password. I don't.
My
I can't do it.
locked. I'm not at my PC right now.
Sorry, my girlfriend's on top of me right now. I can't.
Has arrived. Forward.
Well, if the girlfriend is on top, that is actually a really nice thing that he's still watching your stream while the girlfriend is on top of him.
I will not get veil.
Sound.
No veil for me.
Alright, I'll get
Sounds good. Do I get Tango's rewards, Chris? Who the fuck has the Tango? It's Jakiro.
Yes.
Okay. Thanks, Edward. Why do I need null talisman?
Reach for the sky.
So I can right-click the shit out of the stinker. No joke.
Your prayer answered.
Okay, so you can't log in to that 6K account, right? You know what? Or now you know what I hear excuses.
30 seconds to battle.
Either you can log into the 6K account, or you can't.
To battle.
It's either A or it's B.
A position of power.
Yeah, I can give you a number too. Here, wait, let me look up Miracle's account. I'll do it above. How do I find Miracle, guys? Esports.
The account he gave its legend 3 anyways.
Here, I'm actually Faith BN. This is my number right
The
here.
battle begins.
Time to play God.
Oh my. Oh.
First blood, and the atmosphere's electric. Very good.
Yeah, I'm so close.
So you showed us your legend account, which we don't care about.
For God's
Yo.
sake. A position of power. Forward. You wish you were never
Is your Q on him?
utterly denied. God help you now.
Oh fuck! I missed both last hits.
Attack.
Oh fuck! Last hit. So bad. Let's do this and this.
Sound advice. Bye.
This is my Smurf account with thousands of games. Man, next time just don't fucking lie, right?
Heaven help
If you're 3K, you're 3K. It's fine. No one gives a shit if you're 6K anyways.
to battle.
Punch.
Your prayer answered.
Not for you.
This guy doesn't use his mana, man. He has so much mana, he just doesn't use it.
Very good.
Oh, right, okay. Oh shit, I'm getting low.
Sound advice.
Wait, let's do this.
To battle. Forward.
Wave's gonna
Oh
push.
no. Oh no.
Beware.
Go like this, and this, and this, and this.
I ordain it. Reach for the sky.
Spottle.
Yes.
Oh, hello, Matt. How's your day going, friend?
Nice.
You sold your account for cocaine? Damn. Are you Arteezy?
Your prayer answered.
That's why he keeps talking about Molly.
Your prayer answered.
Oh, that explains it.
Attack.
Let's get bottom. This Tinker doesn't buy wand, dude. He doesn't understand the matchup. Am I having fun with Zeus, Matt? Yeah?
Sound advice.
You like Zeus? What? There's an axe here.
Your
Out of nowhere.
bottom tower is under attack.
Position of power. I ordain it. To battle.
Motherfucker.
Onward.
What the fuck? There's a punch here.
Shit.
What the fuck?
I'm your god too.
Well, that's retarded. Tinker should buy, 100% should buy,
The wait is over. I am here.
Tinker should 100% buy, one against Zeus in the laning phase.
By my whiskers, that god giving you beat. Yes. I'm not ready. 4.
Oh, it got him!
Oh, nice.
Nice.
Very good. Onward.
Very nice, everyone.
Thank you.
Your
Shut the
prayer
roots.
and I ordain it.
Gold for me. I'll dig that.
Sound advice. A position of power.
Why didn't I check for his ward? Jeez. Should check for his ward.
Heaven help you.
Well, it just expired.
Yep.
Divine.
Oh my god!
Oh,
You fucking bitch.
Yes.
What the fuck? There's a
Sucker,
Sylas out
do
there
your thing.
too!
Holy shit!
Jakira, now you come!
Wait for it. Wait for it.
Oh my god, they all got away.
Hey, I'm gonna bottle you.
God Zeus.
Come here, come here, come here.
He's dead, he's dead.
Forward.
Hey, Witch Doctor, if you go around, you can kill this.
Prayer and
Oh.
He has one more skill point that he has not used.
battle. A position of power.
Oh wow.
Come on, just follow up, dude. Oh my god.
Oh
Sound
shit.
advice.
I don't know why sound audio just keeps getting laggy these days, guys. So I'm trying to figure it out later.
Bye bye. I ordain it.
Your top tower is under attack.
God help you now.
Hey, hey, can I ult him? Oh, wait. Okay, let me know when.
Of course, Razor's here.
This fucking punch, dude.
Your top tower is under attack.
Your prayer and onward.
This Pudge wants you.
Yeah, you want me bad.
Wants you bad.
Yes. Four. I ordain
Careful, Pudge is mid.
Okay.
Coming mid too. Shot Zeus.
a position of power.
Yeah, okay, buddy. Come on. Come on.
Oh, fucked up.
Oh, God damn it!
Oh god.
Maledict! Oh, I kill the Beastmaster for
Oh, nice.
not even trying.
Sound advice.
If someone takes that regen, I'm abandoning this game.
Okay.
Very good. Nature is an empty bottle. Battle.
And this budge is everywhere.
To battle. Your prayer answered.
Your top tower is under attack.
All right. I will push with my
Dire's
right click.
structures are fortified.
Yes. For God's sake. Sound advice. Very good.
Budge.
Onward.
Yeah, you like that, Tinker? Fuck him up.
Tower is under attack.
Oh,
Good game.
nice.
Goodbye. God,
Yeah, let's keep
Yeah, you're gonna die.
I ordain it. A position of power.
Your top
10
tower
minute
is
runes?
under attack.
You want me to ult? You want me to ult?
Very good.
Your top tower is under attack.
Oh, he's dead this time. Nice.
Oh, you got the razor.
Top tower has fallen.
Das ist gut.
Dire's structures are fortified.
I ordain it.
Just what that
Regeneration.
I don't want the runes.
Forward. I don't
Okay,
see any
PA, I
why,
see
so
you.
This will have to do. A position of
dig
power.
that.
Your prayer answered. Good God, man. I will
Budge is here.
I'm so dead.
Might be dead too.
No!
Stop him! Stop him! Stop him!
not yet.
No! I'm so
Holy
slow!
shit,
Why?
so fast.
Budge is coming. I'll defend top.
Your top
I agree.
tower is under attack.
Divine intervention. Very good. It's not time. God,
Oh shit!
sound advice. To battle. Yes. Onward. Forward. Oh, ye of little faith. Your prayer answered.
Fucking Etherlands recipe. We're going to Kagandi, yeah? Wait, hold on. I need crews.
I ordain it.
God damn.
A position of power.
Coming bot.
What the fuck? When did this happen?
Oh shit! When you were
Ah,
looking
God
like
damn it!
I'm your god.
Nice ult. Let's see.
that's
I looked
cheating.
bottom for 1
paying
second.
attention.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, let's go mid.
Did they just smoke in front of the creeps?
Kind of, yes.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
A new age.
We can kill, we can kill.
I deserve. Not yet. To battle.
Yeah, let's just push.
Oh, nice. You don't need a team
Yeah,
to
I
kill
got
him.
this. We can kill. We can kill. Like I said.
By my whiskers.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Answer. Very good. A position
Your
of
bottom tower is under attack.
Yes. Onward.
Oh yes, this would prevent me from getting ganked.
I ordain
Too- Fucking hell!
Oh shit.
to battle.
Welcome to up here. We can kill.
Hey Arnell, don't
Sound
backseat game, okay, man? Especially if you're a legend player. Holy shit!
I ordain it. Full. Never.
Oh hey Shadow Shaman.
Ooh, nice.
Fucking shit! Yeah, use your ult on me again. Do it! Do it! Do it! Do it! Do it! Do it! Do it!
I'm not this.
Oh yeah, he's fucking dead. I'm dead too.
Oh shit.
I live immortality.
Fucking tanker ruined my shit.
Yeah.
Shaman's just so smart. Well, actually, he made the correct play there because this Tinker is coming, and this Venomancer came to help me, but he did nothing.
The wait is over. I am here.
Can we kill this as 3? Witch Doctor, PA?
Very good.
Dire structures are fortified.
Fail.
Yes. I'm not ready. Enough is as good as a feast. Your prayer Heaven help.
That's nice.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Oh.
To battle.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Onward. Sound advice.
Witch Doctor, we can kill him if you do your combo. Unless Beastmaster sees you.
I ordain it.
Got his farm. Zeus get Kaya then eggs. Nah, man, I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. I don't want to do that.
It's not time. A position of power.
Who lays in beds with socks? Yeah, I actually find that strange. And not only socks, but also shoes. Some people wear shoes in bed, and that's fucking insane to me.
Beware. Bogomsu. Sound advice.
Yeah, let's go. Let's be careful.
Forward. Your prayer answered.
Oh man, I missed that one last hit. Fuck.
Divine invasion. To battle.
Don't worry, I have so much vision here. Unless they smoke, I'm good.
Yes. Very good.
Well, if they're invisible, there's not a whole lot you can do about that, you guys.
A position
Got
of
this
power.
on PA. Maybe we can just group up and push mid.
Not yet. It's not time yet. To battle.
Ah!
Not yet. Yes. Bye bye, Whisker. That's good stuff. Very good. Sound advice.
Okay, is going.
I need to make sure I have enough mana for my Thunder Gust Wrath. Oh.
I have vision here.
Your prayer answered.
There's a lot of farm bottom, PA.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
I ordain it. A position of power.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
God, the after bad.
Wait, I'm just gonna
I
deward.
ordain it.
I'm gonna shrine.
Price maker. Your prayer answered. Yes. To battle. Very good.
Ban the toxicity, thanks.
4.
No, not just a mute out. No, just straight up ban him.
No, I banned him. Shows. It takes a few
No, like
seconds
people
to
like
show
that,
a friend.
there's no negotiating with those kind of people. Oh fuck, man, this fucking Razor, dude.
They've got vision mid somehow.
I'll take that.
Hi, Rajat.
Sound advice. You wish you were never spawned.
Let's put Swan back. Wait, this.
Very good. I ordain it.
Let's reply to this comment. Immortal player is not that good. Kimberly,
Yes.
go ahead. You can go ahead and try to answer that one.
Yep.
And I suppose you probably think that you're better, right? Let me know.
Of course he is.
Your prayer answered. It's not
Can you
mine.
deward Zeus? I don't know where their ward is.
Your top
Opposition
tower
of
is
power.
under attack.
Reach for the sky. A divine.
Your middle tower
Careful.
has been denied.
A position of power. Fresh maiden.
I have enough for my eggs now.
I ordain it.
Hey, Rajat, I did not watch ESL 1.
Beware.
Just stand back. Use your ult when we engage.
Forward. Very good. Attack. To battle. Sound advice. Lucky scepter to know the touch of a god. The heavens seem
Hey guys, I have
closer
Nimbus now.
Yes. Fresh mate. Heaven knows you.
Hi, Danny. How you doing?
Your prayer answered.
Oh fuck, this is used recently.
Vision here too.
Yes.
I am TPing back to base because I have no mana.
Your
But I have
top
Nimbus.
tower is under attack.
One sec.
Should be careful, guys, fighting around the shrine. Greatest.
I ordain it. Divine invasion.
Nothing to say, eh, Kimberly? So just being a piece of shit for being a piece of
Your
shit's sake,
prayer
right?
answered.
Gotcha.
Very good.
Wait, oh sorry. Do you still want the Nimbus?
A position of power.
I looked away for a second. Okay. Sorry.
Sound advice. A pivot. God given speed. To battle. Very good. A position of power.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Yes.
Yep.
I ordain it.
Runes.
Damn it, dude.
Your prayer answered. To battle.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Because she's hella dead.
Sound advice. I'll save this. A fitting bounty. Sound advice.
Back.
Yeah, maybe he just needs BKB.
Your prayer answered.
Kimberly, you're a fucking idiot. So I'm supposed to be like 10-0 right now? Are you joking me? I'm not even a mid player.
Yeah.
Yeah, so like I said earlier, Kimberly, you're just
Try
acting
to
like
get
a
it
piece
next.
of shit. Just for the sake of acting like a piece of shit.
I ordain it.
And you think that you're better than other people.
To battle.
Hey.
Watch out.
Yeah, you just sound like a piece of shit. Sorry. Weren't you be born to kill everyone by cuteness? Thanks,
Your
Wing
bottom
On.
tower is under attack. Your bottom tower has fallen. Your bottom tower is under attack.
An exquisite toxin.
How can I win this game?
Radiant
You know, this game
structures are
actually
fortified.
depends a lot on PA.
Your top tower is under attack.
Oh my god, what are you doing? He still takes your damage, man.
Shit.
Your top tower is under attack.
I'm almost up, okay? I'm almost up.
Go. Oh shit.
Your bottom tower
That was
is
a
under
nice
attack.
TP.
Oh, too nice.
Your middle tower is under attack.
God help you now.
Your middle tower
You know what,
fallen.
Gaben, you're actually quite
Your top tower is under attack.
patient, eh? Oh, Pudge is blank.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Oh my god.
I think I might buy back here.
I'll control PA. Zeus, yeah.
Yeah, I can do that, but I'm thinking to buy back as well. If I buy back, we can kill the
I'll switch
Tinker.
target and go on Tinker.
No, I'm not. Here, I'll play PA. I'm not gonna buy back.
Congratulated.
Nice, nice. Yeah, let's fight.
Should I play Apex? No. I basically just played Dota 2. That's it. Hi, BJ. Glad you like the hat, BJ.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
I can just, me and Jakira can just play PA while he's dead, so we don't have to pause. They won't let us pause anyways. No, don't use the next pause. Cause like it's better that either me or Jakira are dead right now. If you're toxic, you're gonna get banned. No warnings. Don't use pause.
It's fucking fudge.
Tower has fallen.
In the blink of an eye. Taken by surprise. Like a wisp.
I wonder if this PS can come back.
I'll slip through their guard.
Is he coming back though?
Let's hope so.
Slyly.
Divine intervention.
Yes.
Divine invasion.
Very well.
Beware.
Don't blink or you'll miss me.
Forward. Oh, ye of little faith.
Oh, who's the best person to catch the Tinker besides me? Hey Darian, I don't know why your notifications are always late. Hi Volchik.
Onward.
Attack.
Very good.
I'm but a shadow.
The fuck, somebody cleared all this shit
I
already.
ordain it.
In silence.
Yes.
Oh, GG, I guess.
Have some blade.
To battle. I'm not ready.
Hey, hey, Witch Doctor! Oh my god, he's AFK, dude! Witch Doctor's AFK!
Holy shit. Oh god.
Sneaking.
Damn!
Plague our enemies.
Oh, yes. Moving quickly.
Yeah, we actually just straight up lose this game without PA. We don't have any physical damage. Can't push buildings.
Your top tower is under attack.
Blink of an eye.
Your top tower has fallen.
Without remorse.
I really ought to do something about it. Forward.
You thought my girlfriend was PA? My girlfriend doesn't even play Dota 2.
How? Where? Oh my god! What kind of logic is that?
No, it's like middle school logic. Like, you know, when you see a guy and a girl together, oh, they're fucking dating.
But why PA of all players? I mean, it could be Witch Doctor, right?
Yeah, that's some pretty terrible logic too. There's a lot of things wrong with that logic.
Holy fucking shit!
Oh, PA, why are you disconnect? I already lost the game today. Oh, GN. Oh my god, he's fucking back.
Holy
Dude,
shit!
don't do that.
Yeah, man, don't do that.
Just don't.
Your prayer answered.
Alright, so if any of them disconnect, you know what we do? We spam the fuck out of
yeah,
F9. Yeah, I farmed your ass off
we win
while
this
you were
fucking
gone.
game.
You should thank me. You're welcome.
You wish you were never spawned.
Jakir? Oh shit.
For it. God.
Wow!
It's not time. Oh, ye
Your middle tower
Oh,
is under attack.
I got the wrong talent. Hey guys,
position of power.
I just made a really big mistake just now.
Holy shit!
Took the wrong
Yeah, I did.
Yes.
Ooh.
Yeah.
That's not too bad.
Yeah.
Forward. I don't see any
I got Nimbus now,
line,
so.
this will- that would be
If they come up this hill, fight them.
to battle.
Yeah.
God after battle. I ordain it.
Seriously, you take Zeus's damage? What's wrong with you?
Nice, nice, nice.
Your top tower is under
Might be able to kill the shaman. Oh yeah, now you are. Nice.
Your prayer answered.
Let's defend the base.
Your top tower is under attack.
Very good.
Back mid back.
A position of power.
But I really don't have mana.
Yes.
Jesus, this edge.
Back with Shaka.
Backing, just backing.
No, I'm going to Fountain.
Back, 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 back.
Forward.
Yeah, go heal. I'll defend up.
Holy shit! What a hard game.
Oh, okay, I guess I go off Green Core now. Because I have the other talent. Man, I got the wrong fucking talent, dude. That's scheme losing.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Onward. Heaven help you. Very good.
Yeah. Don't leave the base.
So if I go Ocarina Core, then
Too
what would be
far.
my 6th item?
To battle. A position of power. Not yet. I'm not ready.
Pretty sure you get the Ice Path duration.
Onward. It's not time. By my whiskers, that's good stuff.
And Razor BKB is not that important. Like, we're not that good at holding him down in one place either way, so don't get it just for Razor.
I ordain it.
This should make my life easier.
There they are. Coming.
Very good. Not yet.
Got him. Got 3 in my ult.
It's not time.
Nice finish, Roche.
Not yet. I obey
Roshan has fallen to the dark.
Alright, careful now.
It's not time yet.
Might want it back. Oh, okay.
It was really tanky, huh?
Yeah, Beastmaster's back after this.
Yeah, just back.
Just TP out or something. Okay.
Shadow Shaman's gonna disable you for a long time and Tinker's almost up okay for you.
Yeah, that's not good.
Oh shit.
Right.
Let's defend.
Dire structures are fortified.
This budge. Careful, careful. Shaman's there.
Hey, catch him!
Yes.
Barely.
What? Oh my god, dude. This is what happens when you get the wrong fucking talent.
Alright, we just need to group up now.
Divine
My bad for dying mid.
I got my bad.
to battle. Yes.
Bird.
Your prayer answered.
Good, good, good.
Nice.
See closer.
Target.
I ordain it.
How you see me?
Very good. Onward.
I'm the only one to buy back. Fuck, I want to buy my fucking soul booster.
Four.
It's dead.
Position of power. To battle. Onward.
No, get the stun duration, man. Get the stun duration.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Hey,
Your prayer answers.
this is a hard push unless we can kill the Tinker.
Sound advice.
Your top tower is under attack.
Very good.
Shit, dude.
Your top tower is under attack.
Razor's up.
Oh, nice.
Oh, if I fucking worked!
Oh, so much damage.
Your top tower is under attack.
Turn around a little bit.
Bruce be with you. Onward. Sound.
Maledict, right?
Battle.
Hey, he's dead. He's dead. He's dead. He's dead. He's dead.
No, he's dead.
And then none of them have buyback.
Radiant structures are fortified.
I ordain it.
We're good.
Not time. Beware.
Doesn't matter.
Enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Oh shit. Oh man, I used him at the worst time possible.
Yes.
Yeah.
Come on, supports.
Just focus the
Wreck
wreck.
that fucking melee wreck.
Has fallen.
We can kill this guy. Kill this
Maybe
guy.
time to get back. I'll have my ult. Good.
Hey, back, Tinker. Tinker's almost up. You can finish the Shadow Shaman, but you gotta get out immediately after. Oh, Punch killed the
ward's in.
Shadow
Just
Shaman.
got it.
The enemy's bottom barracks has fallen.
There's Tinker.
Jesus. Oh my god, those coconuts.
Yes, yes. Nice. Let's push hard mid. Go, go, go.
Yeah, I should buy my booster now. What the? That's not what I wanted. Lulu? Oh yeah, there goes it. There's the Roshan Tower. Okay, you got it. 30, 43 or 46?
Yep.
Nice.
You can't kick
A rage buyback?
Oh, nice. Die back.
It's gonna be mad with that.
Zeus is back. Your prayer answered.
Stupid.
Yes.
The enemy's middle tower
Easy mid.
has fallen.
To battle. I ordain it.
There's a courier right there.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Oh, Fudge is mad.
The enemy's middle barracks has fallen. The enemy's middle barracks has fallen.
Wait, did I see Divine Rapier? Wait, what the fuck? There's a Divine right here!
Oh my god, there's a divine right here!
Wait, was it Punch who fed that? There's a fucking Divine right there!
A position of power.
Holy fucking shit!
Don't worry guys, I got
They
this.
still haven't.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, indeed. I don't know. Oh god, I'm so scared.
The
There's
fuck?
Divine Reaper on the ground. I got it. There's a Beastmaster
run,
chasing me. And, he doesn't have any mobility items.
What the fuck?
What the fuck is this game?
Don't worry about it. I got this shrine. Don't worry about it.
Sound.
Who had divine rapier though?
Good witch?
Your prayer.
Oh, he bought back because of the divine rapier, and then
Let's push top.
Very good.
The enemy's bottom shrine has fallen.
A position of power.
Alright. I don't know what to do now.
Yes.
I just go like this. No, let's go like this.
I don't see any wine, so this will have to do.
Oh wait, 45 minute range.
I ordain it.
I am all powerful now.
I'll take that.
Right click for 500.
I could do with more of that. A A fitting
Cooldown is 22 seconds on Nimbus. Wait a minute.
Onward.
22-second cooldown with duration of 35.
Sound advice. Fresh meat. A fitting. I take
Feed myself to the ancients, give it to PA. Oh, I would rather have this one. What the? Oh, I have to use first? Oh man.
Very good.
Hey, it's not droppable. I have to kill myself. You want me to kill
The
myself?
enemy's top tower has fallen.
You're fair and battle.
The enemy's top shrine has fallen.
Yes.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
I ordain battle.
Tinker, tinker.
Position of power.
Oh man.
Nothing.
The enemy's top tower has fallen. The enemy's top barracks has fallen. The enemy's top barracks has fallen.
Sound advice. Regeneration.
Divine Rapier
Got this.
Zeus.
Not yet.
Oh my god, someone's getting reported from.
Yeah, the punch has nothing.
From the
No, he sold his items
side.
earlier. This punch.
That was a really
Oh,
hard
I'm gonna
game
right click
for
the
a
sinker.
while.
Oh fuck. Divine Rapier.
Oh no!
Go up here. What are you doing? Alright, Jakira's got it.
Secure got.
Am I Indian? Do I look Indian? What the fuck?
You look so Indian that you're not Indian.
Really Indian? I look very Indian. Nah man, I'm actually black.
Yep.
Indian span.
Your shrine has fallen to the dark.
You got me.
GG, well
GG.
played.
Good game.
Blah 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 blah. Excuses blah blah blah.
Victory.
Yeah, I don't know why the video game sources on OBS just keep lagging, but I will add a delay now. Yeah, I did know that. It's just it's too preoccupied. Oh. Okay, so should fix it. GG guys. The way they add spice to their food turns you on. You mean like this? Does that turn you on? They get that little stuff between their fingers? Or do you like it when they do this? Yeah, you like that? Yeah? I think Indians add their spice like this. I do it like that all the time. Like every time, I do it like this. GG Taco. You know what they say about black guys? No, sir. Namroda, please elaborate what they say about black guys. Why did yesterday someone donate 1,000 rupees? I do not control what kind of currency that people donate to me. I simply just collect it. Have you already played World War Z? Is that a game? Isn't that also a movie? Lulu? That's a movie with Brad Pitt in it, isn't it?
I think so. And there is also a game.
Oh. I have not played the game. Well, that's the thing they say. You cannot get sunburns? Damn, Nandota, you need that, man. Why didn't you be black? I think I actually get sunburns really easily.
Oh, all white people get sunburns.
Really? Ah,
really
suckers.
easily. Yeah. Remember last year? I had to cover myself in yogurt.
Oh yeah, right. Do I play World of Warcraft? Yep. How much is 1,000 rupees? That's about 12.5 US dollars. What do you do when you lose or playing with bad men or people? You look so calm every time, every match. Ah, you mute them, man. Delete the sun. That's how you get an Ice Age, sir. My Tibetan? I'm black. Have you ever seen a black Tibetan? Well, some of them are brown. But I'm not brown.
Your turn to bow.
Hmm.
5 seconds.
Yeah, I'm just gonna random, I think. Or am I?
Yeah, that is good too.
Oh, but they have Ancient 6. Oh, this is getting
Your
serious.
turn to pick.
Oh, fuck. Oh, they have Ancient 6. Okay. Oh, I'm still gonna random. Oh, fuck yeah! I like this hero, but I do not like this hero.
Oh, I don't know. You think it's boring, right?
Yeah, he's just very farm intensive. It's kind of like playing Naga or Anti-Mage. Ugh. Hi, Yojan. Did I say that earlier, Lulu?
I don't remember.
Wow.
I was too into the artboard and picked.
Oh, you're into this kind of thing too, eh? Ah, maybe I should pick Artboard more often.
The thing is, it's the same thing as you. I think he's fun. I like to watch him play it, but at the same time, he's a little bit boring when you start farming a lot.
Yeah. Well, we're gonna be farming for 40 minutes, so be patient. KBCSW has the right idea. Please no pudge in my game, sir.
Be right back.
Alchemist is the fastest farmer in the game. Suggest picking Anti-Mage.
Your turn to pick. Your turn to pick.
Oh my god, he actually picked Drow. Alright. Will Blade Mail work on my spirits? I don't know. Hi, Ken. Hi, Wormwood. Can I get 2 tangos and a ward, please? You got 1.2k GPM using Treant Protector 2 years ago? Oh, let me guess. Your 4 teammates abandoned. You got eggs, and then you put a eye all around all the neutral camps, and then you just press R. Why does Kunkka make gradients? To make him tanky and have stronger teammates early on.
Arc warning toward synthesis.
You just need to fucking bang up there, baby. Let's do it, baby. Come on.
I have your observer reward.
Purple.
Grim.
Fuck you.
PA's mid, right?
Yes.
And back.
Oh my god.
Yes.
Fuck you, purple.
The sun flows.
It seems a lifetime ago I last gave thanks.
Is it Ricky Axe
Thanks, man.
bottom? Holy smokes. I think we can kill Warlock like 6 times. if
Does
we're
Lulu Chan stream?
good, but we're probably not good.
Lulu
so
Chan,
we
why don't you
can't.
tell him if you stream or not?
30 seconds to battle.
No, I don't stream.
Oh, it's Wraith King.
Seeking.
I'm coming top.
So must be.
Cons and pros. Buy silver edge free. Easy, I'll kill. Hey. You're memeing now.
The battle begins.
Oh my, why I canceled my right click? Oh my god, I could have double kill.
Oh, damn.
I am going to mid.
What the f- He warded.
Must be achieved.
Get this. Can you salve me, sir? Oh, I'm dead.
Justice. Alarm.
Thought I pressed my.
You don't have a salve.
Doggedly.
Thank you, my friend. Oh no.
The self seeks. The self moves.
I was Warlock level 3.
The self seeks. Indeed. It will. The warden strikes.
I got a stun.
Closer.
Oh god. Oh, we're alive. I'm gonna buy a bracer. Thank you. Drop.
Suffer. Concede.
Drop my boots as well.
Ahead.
Yes. Yes. Oh, dude, we're gonna crush this right now.
You fucking lucky ass
great
bitch.
TP. Warlock's here.
Oh, it's good.
The self moves. Coursing.
Oh. We're diving. We're diving. Oh, no, we're not. We're not.
What the fuck? I'm so slow, dude.
Consistency. You shall be scoured. Stricken. It is not time yet. In unison. All must proceed. Marking. Yes. Onward. You will cease from fragments into fuller unities. Abide in double kill. Phasing. Illusion. So
For my coffin.
Oh, you shrine, did you?
For my coffin.
doggedly.
Illusion is kind of annoying, man.
Submit. You will cease.
Fuck.
Ever forward. Onward. Flux.
What the fuck? Level 2 Ricky?
Dude, you're owning.
Seeking. The self is not ready.
Holy shit.
Shall
Fails me.
the self stirs once more. In unison, stand firm. Toward synthesis. The arc growth the self seeks. Indeed. Yes. Yes. Sitting by heavens of the arc. Self is under attack.
Oh, so dead.
Yeah, we did.
Resist and one perish.
Thank you.
Hounding.
Oh shit.
Coursing. The self moves. Fragment by self. Alarm. Ahead.
What the fuck? There's 4 of you fuckers here.
Holy shit. They really hate you.
Wraith of spies. Yes. Old self is under attack. Unity must be achieved.
Am I gonna die to this? No, I don't think it's possible.
Onward.
Good rotations, guys. I'm gonna shrine top.
Phasing.
Oh,
Sure, man. I'm waiting.
Hold on, I'm almost.
I said I'm waiting.
Wait, dude.
Does this guy not hear me? What the fuck?
Wait, dude.
Maybe.
I'm right here.
Smoke weed every day. Always aware.
I should have been like, I'm fucking waiting!
Red King's very sad.
Must proceed. Patrolman.
So is Ricky.
Ever forward. So it must be. Ever closer. Be watchful. Ahead.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Hounded. Seeking.
No.
Must be achieved.
Oops.
None escape the scepter.
Okay, stop.
Yes. Concede. A body. Double kill.
Bounty spent.
Action. Onward. A soldier's fortune.
Man, we own. Literally can't think of anyone that's better at Dota. He's only level 5? I'd be so mad.
Suffer.
Oh shit. Well, I mean, like, he's their core.
Fuck! To deny.
Oh.
We're gonna get top tower.
Alright.
Yes. The boredom strikes. Indeed. Always aware.
I don't even have TP.
Ever closer.
Your
Oh,
bottom
double
tower
damage.
is under attack.
Coming bottom, double damage.
Nice.
Double damage.
I need this Midas before your Ogre X, thanks.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
Does Wraith King have reincarnate?
Proceed. This unity
Nice. Well played.
you'll set ever forward.
Yeah, pretty easy gank, not gonna lie.
Yes. Justice. None escape the self.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Phasing. Toward synthesis. Coursing. Primordial will destruction. Sparkling fusion. So
When's the attack speed ever better than CDR? I don't know. Probably if you think that they can push really early. Like if they have Nature's Prophet, Huskar, Oracle, Dazzle, Jakiro or something like that. A hero that can end really early, you probably want the attack speed. PA's back up here. I'm gonna go bottom and grab the region.
Your top tower is under attack.
The self moves. Regeneration.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Seeking.
Your top tower is under attack.
This unity and your strength. Stand firm. Concede. Stand for roots. Travel.
Yeah, this game's pretty over. I don't know, it's 23-2, you know? Well, what can they do?
Yet. So it must be.
What the fuck? It root me? Look at the distance!
Shall be scoured.
Yeah, those creeps are pretty weird.
Bounty. For my coffers.
Unity must be achieved. Always aware. Yes. You will cease.
Poor things.
All must proceed. Justice. Higher unity.
That looks like defending.
Yeah, right?
Yep. Every single time someone says that, it's one person or maybe two persons that don't want to defend, and then the rest still thought.
Magnetic field.
Does Axe have blink?
Dire structures are falling.
Splinter power complete. Onward.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Dude, what a game.
Hardest game of my life.
That was tough.
The enemy's middle barracks has fallen.
Oh, you had some pretty hard
With an
games
easy mid.
Yep.
before this one.
Wait, was it
It's
PA?
nice to have an easy one.
Oh my god. Oh god.
Seeking. Self becomes strength.
Oh.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Suffer. The self is not ready now. Time. Alone.
The enemy's bottom barracks. The enemy's bottom barracks has fallen.
Abide if you dare. Strengthen.
Does Tower even miss from this shit?
Attack.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
Target me. Subdivision. Unfavored and dynamic charge.
The enemy's top barracks has fallen.
Course.
You now
Phasing.
That was a game indeed.
All must proceed.
Nothing than Midas.
Now is the time.
Oh, they got
Oh, you know what?
baited.
Magnetic field doesn't work for towers. Huh.
So must be.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
I was about to say that Sven did pretty well as well. But keep the ancient one.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen. Radiant victory.
GG.
GG.
Victorious.
Oh, I'm supposed to do hero polls, huh?
Oh yeah.
Right. Mr. Blue, I've been watching some Immortal Broodmother games, and I must say I've never seen such hatred and energy directed towards a single hero. It's interesting seeing the enemy team buy 4 Rod of Atos, then Broodmother buys a casual Lotus Orb. Yep, that sounds about right. Okay, let's do a hero poll, guys. Hold on, let me set it up. So I would like to practice... What heroes would you guys like to see? Here, let's add Broodmother. So Broodmother will be one hero. Let's see. Nyx Assassin. Give me some high skill cap heroes. Techies. Not Meepo, not Anti-Mage. Not Monkey King. Haven't played Axe in a while. We're gonna add Axe.
Oh yeah, axe.
A little positivity.
Where's the meat?
Okay, we'll add TB. Try not to spam, thanks. Okay, I think this is it. So you guys can vote on these 4 heroes. No, I've decided. Okay, the vote starts right now. To vote, you type in !vote, and then you put in the space, and then you put in the number. That's the only way to vote. You can actually vote up to 3 times. But it costs you 5 points per vote. So go ahead and vote, guys. Good luck in your vote. Ugh. Here, you guys vote, and I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. Holy Broodmother. Broodmother's a boring hero? Are you fucking kidding me? He's so exciting. Very high skill cap. And you abuse vision. You get a whole bunch of spiders. I suppose you probably think the anti-major sniper is high skill cap, right? Thanks, Wormwood. Let me see. Namdota was saying something about abusing vision, free movement. Yeah, yeah, that seems about right to me. No, he actually said it was a boring hero. Like, what the fuck? Broodmother is a boring hero? Are you kidding me?
I think maybe it's boring to play against it.
Your turn to ban.
Because you lose hard.
Who do I want to ban?
5 seconds remaining.
I want to ban... Actually, it doesn't matter. I'm gonna play Broodmother, I think. Cheese draw lineup. Hey, Wingon, if you want to play Micro Heroes, you gotta set up your control groups. That's about it. Am I 30? Yes, I'm 30. Favorite heroes, Juggernaut? I will not add Pudge to your vote because there's a very good chance he'll just win. My MMR in this account now. Pick your fucking heroes. Random Tinker? Wow. Well, I suppose Tinker and Nate and Broodmother go well together from a strategical macro perspective. Hey, Paratosh, you pretty much want Abyssal in most cases. It's really hard to stop Abyssal. Why am I playing Legend 3? So that I can practice heroes that I'm not good at. When's my birthday? It is in June. Yeah, no, I actually never really expected you to rotate Namdota. So we actually had to play around you. Not that we normally do. I haven't seen Endgame yet. Hi, Valdo.
Your turn to pick. Seconds remaining. Your turn to pick.
Can I get last pick?
10 seconds remaining.
You know, it would be really smart if they send Tide against me. I'm playing Broodmother. I'm playing Broodmother. I'm playing Broodmother. I'm playing Broodmother. Hello, Alex. What kind of snacks are you looking for, Gavin? Hey, Paratosh. The reason why you cannot solo kill people after 20 to 25 minute mark is because your early game farm is probably bad. I have never had that problem unless I was really severely underfarmed.
Your turn to pick.
See, 3 health regen, huh? Against Slark. What's my base stats like? (44 to 50), 2.4 armor, 275 of speed. Okay.
The spider comes. Yes.
Prepare for battle.
Paratosh, there's a balance between farming and killing. I'm okay, man. Thanks for offering.
Skittering. I advance. Motherhead of lies. A silken path. Sweet home.
30 seconds to battle.
That's an interesting ward that I would not place there myself, but that's okay. Thanks for the ward.
Smooth as silk.
I've not seen an Immortal Brood not buy the #1 best starting item. Soul Ring? Armlet? Nullifier?
Yes.
I have 2 limit, right? No one here. Watch out for Mirana arrow. Arrow.
My legs. The hunt starts now. Was that a twitch on my rib?
It's Kira, huh?
Yes.
Nullifier, huh? Nullifier. Well,
Yes, indeed.
I need to think very carefully what items I want in this game. But I'm pretty sure I need BKB because of the Invoker. Also the Grimstroke.
Oh, my prey. Skittering.
Are you serious?
Yes. I'm still hungry. I advance.
He had Death Pack level 1, dude.
Was that a twitch? Yes.
First blood. First blood.
Yes, indeed. No. Yes.
Quelling Blade.
The Silk Road beckons. Feel my fangs. Mother is angry.
Go farm, bro. Jesus.
Entangled. Come to mother. I stalk my prey. Mother comes. silken path. Smooth as silk.
So clumsy with this hero.
I stalk my prey.
Oh, you don't play that often, so it's okay. You get the hang of it.
Yeah, I'm trying. Pretty sure I'm stronger than these guys now. Oh wow. Never mind, maybe not.
Holy shit.
My fucking items, dude. Oh my god, he died to that shit. I'm still stronger than these guys. Even though I died there. I'm okay with that. Fucking annoying shit.
Oh yeah. He's so annoying.
Oh, you fuck. Nice to know.
My brood needs food. Prey. My palps are all a tingle.
Where'd my mana go? Oh.
I advance.
The seeds of fortune.
Yes, indeed. Quickly. Yes.
I need vision of this Grimstroke because he keeps hitting me with strokes. Yeah, that.
Skittering.
Your top tower is under attack.
Oh. Man, these creeps suck dick, dude.
Your top tower is under attack.
I stalk my prey.
Radiant structures are fortified.
For my mood. Yes. Yes. The Silk Road beckons. Mother comes.
Oh, nice.
Oh, sorry, I'm kind of low. Thank you. Thank you. What a nice guy.
Yep.
Feel my fangs. Was there a twitch on my web? I advance. indeed.
Hey, I have 4 webs down, right? Yeah, I do.
Yes.
Start farming this shit.
My calves are all a tingle. I stalk my prey.
Oh my god! Oh god.
Smooth as silk. Mother is
Fucking annoying Grimace stroke, dude.
Sorry guys, I was on the phone the whole time.
Damn it, friend.
Fuck this lane down here though.
Oh, too greedy, dude. My bad. Go to my next item. Let's do this and then this.
Bottom's missing Mirana.
Missing Invoker.
my web twitches. The silk road beckons.
Rana tried to arrow me mid.
Stretching my legs. Yes. Skittering. A silken path.
Die, you fucking bitch!
Oh,
Yes.
You're next.
oh, nice.
Oh, my prey.
Oh, he's so dead. So dead.
So annoying, man. These
And
guys.
I hate that
Thank you.
Entangled.
they will hate you even more now.
My brood needs food. Yes. Mother comes. Spider bite. Sweet
Rana might be heading back mid.
Oh, you fucking censored.
Holy shit!
Was that a twitch on my breath?
TP, dude, just TP. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Oh, Jesus. Good job.
Your middle tower is under attack.
You guys just need to get Mirana at least away from bottom. Start pushing
Your
top.
middle tower is under attack.
Maximum brood hatred commences. I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it. I have 8 webs, right? That's a lot. Yeah, it's still a good trade, I agree. Holy, 4 wards in stock?
Stalk my prey. I advance. Yes.
Mirana's here. You arrow me? You arrow the Broodmother? Seriously? How you gonna do that, man? Fight him. I would fight these guys.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I don't know about this diffusal blade anymore. Maybe we'll see. We'll see.
I think our last 19 Walker.
Oh, I'm way ahead of Tide, so we've got that going for us.
It's not time yet. Skittering. What? Yes. Yes, indeed.
Oh fuck! I blocked it.
The Silk Road beckons. Stretching my legs. Yes.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Attack. I'm under attack. Smooth as silk.
Fucker.
Banquet in my advance. Mother is angry.
This hero's kind of fun. Whoever said this hero's boring is a fucking idiot.
Tangled. Skittering. In my web, your eyes to see.
Died for nothing.
Ravage is down, by the way.
Yeah, I might still get Orchid. I'm still thinking. Did he use Dark Pact already, Lulu? Do you remember? Can't remember.
I think he did. If I remember correctly.
Oh, there's a Miranda here!
Holy shit!
Jesus. Am I stuck in here? No, I'm good. What the fuck?
Mother comes. Browsing the web. Yes.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
March, march!
Yes.
Keep marching. Where'd he go? Is he using fucking Shadow Amulet? Where'd he go?
Yeah, I think so.
Jesus, so annoying.
It looked that way.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
Feel my fangs.
Oh, you know what? I should get Dust too then. Or Sentry. One of those.
Stretching my legs. Web of lies. Boneless neck. I stalk my prey. Sweet.
Come on, Diffusal Blade. This is gonna be great.
Yes,
Oh, did I block again? Oh my. Oh god, I blocked my own camps.
Oh. Oh shit.
What the? She's still alive? Yeah, fuck off. Jesus Christ, man. Yeah. It's just hilarious, man. This hero's really fun.
You guys send the couriers back to where it's
Yeah,
going to
that
after you're
is.
done using it.
No, people that say Reed is boring don't know what
For
they're
sure,
talking
man.
about.
Thank you.
Yes. I cast my web. Yes, indeed. Thanks. Was that a twitch on my web? The Silk Road beckons. Smooth as silk. Yeah.
Nice.
A silken.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Yes.
Dire structures are fortified.
Skittering.
Where's my dust? Didn't I buy dust earlier?
My legs.
You did, but I think the courier
Then where did it-
didn't reach you.
My brood needs food. Puncture.
Slark, you have no mana. What you gonna do, man? Huh? Go invisible, motherfucker.
Yes.
This guy's so bad. I don't think he's used a Ravage for anything other than saving himself.
He's cool. Slark's
He
TPing
didn't
bottom, I
even
think.
need it.
Smooth as silk. A silken.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
We have counters or dust? Dust.
Yes. The Silk Road beckons. The web over your eyes.
Oh, she's so dead.
I am drinking pulp.
Invoker bought back.
Twitches.
Out of anger?
My palps are on the large money. Oh, my prey. My web twitches. Skittering.
Brood mother. I mean, take her.
There's a twitch on my web.
Okay, man. You want to take this tower? It's fine.
None shall survive the spider.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Oh, my prey.
Ooh, brood mother things.
Yes, indeed. Yes.
The enemy's top tower is
Okay, there's so many up here. Here. Oh god.
Oh shit.
Food.
I have my BKB coming.
I advance. Mother come.
Try and fight now. They just Moonlight Shadowed. We have a counter.
Quickly. Yes, indeed.
They seem to have backed off. Oh, did they? Yeah, they pussied out.
Yo, they're all fire. Some motherfuckers. That dodge. The time.
What the fuck? Put down the web, you stupid shit! Nah! Look, he used it to save himself again.
He didn't even succeed.
Best Ravage.
Enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Oh, my wand, dude. Oh, God. Damn it. Couldn't take on 4 of them. Yeah, I think invisibility is kind of shitty when we're talking about the old Brood Mother. Hey Kevin, thanks for your donation earlier, yesterday.
Well, once I finish my Yasha...
It was funny though when they changed it because people were still buying sentries and dust for food.
Sven's really not that rich.
Fine if I try and go on. Yes. Ah, fuck it.
Was that a twitch on my rib? A silken path.
Hi, Adrian.
Stretching
I saw your chip this time. And 20% cooldown reduction, huh? It's actually probably better leaking.
Motherless curse. Yes. I stalk my prey. Seeing no evil. My palps are all a tingle.
Ouch. What the fuck is wrong with you guys? Oh god!
Oh shit! Oh.
I'm dead, dude.
Aww. They really make it.
Yeah. I'm okay with that. Get improved hunger and BKB cooldowns. Yeah. No, I really think that the 20% cooldown reduction is probably much better for the mid-late and late game. But I wanted to push the early game advantage, but it's not working. Yeah, maybe I just go for 20% CDR if I think the game's gonna go longer.
And run.
Compare hunger of agi damage, 140. So it'll chop off 9 seconds off the cooldown reduction.
I think we need
36,
to make a fight
14.
happen. I'm coming top.
You know what? And then you get web charge, like restore time is probably reduced too, right?
The spider comes round again. Yes. Skittering. Mother comes.
Yeah, that sounds better.
I advance.
Although I'm not convinced that I already have Diffusal Blade, therefore the talent, 28 agility talent's not good. That's like saying I already have Desolator, I don't need AC for armor reduction.
Your middle tower has been denied.
The Silk Road beckons.
Oh my god, I almost died!
Holy shit!
Dude,
What the fuck is that damage?
I'm dead.
Crazy, dude.
Oh.
It's okay.
Frustrating. Hey Sven, you might have to BK. You have to TP. Paco, you're pretty late, man. And it's okay, you can be late if you want.
No, he shouldn't be late. He'll get punished.
Oh man, Slark has more. Slark has more levels than me now.
Your top tower is under attack.
Well, anyways, a lot of these items are not, you know, it's not as it. Oh shit! Just because you buy one doesn't mean you can't buy another.
A silken path. Mother is angry. Straight pain.
Oh god, man! I need this BKB so bad. Oh, Slark didn't even end up dying? Seriously?
Just leave. And you guys dove pretty hard.
Your middle tower has fallen.
What the fuck?
Holy shit!
Sven, just back it off, back it off. Sven, back it off.
Sven.
Holy fuck, they died anyways. Wow.
Oh, slap that.
Come on, rearm. What the fuck?
Careful.
March? Seriously?
Oh, no.
What?
He's really slow.
I step again onto life's fragile way.
There's
It's
Salt
my
Ravage,
dust?
I'd say.
Quickly.
Come on, put it on the ground.
Oh, that's why I didn't get to you.
Beckons. Hide in my web. Who dares tug my web? Yes. Entangled. Yes. Smooth as
We should try and do Roche.
yes.
Yeah, should be. Probably like another minute.
So beautiful. My brood they feed.
I'm already doing it, guys. Come before Slark comes. Tinker, can you come here?
We need counter wards.
Hey, Tinker, come march Roshan.
I just have no mana, man.
Yes.
Jesus Christ.
No way. I said that. I advance.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I don't know how we let Invoker come down our side right here.
Radiant
We just need to Tinker there earlier.
Your middle tower is under attack.
A silken
Your middle tower has fallen. Your middle barracks are under attack. Your middle,
I did.
your middle barracks are under attack.
Holy shit.
Oh, get me out of this game. Halberd? No, I don't think Halberd's a good idea. No, I need a BKB.
Barracks are under attack.
Wow, I got Sunstruck when I fucking TP in, dude.
Your middle barracks has fallen.
It's next level.
Your middle tower is under
Oh,
attack.
150 gold from buyback.
GG, I guess.
Tinker, you have buyback, you know? God, man!
Holy shit, this guy.
Middle tower
Ah. March! Laser, dude! Oh my god. Oh
Holy
my
fucking shit.
god. Bottle! Oh my god! Oh my god.
Is he not a Tinker player?
He first random Tinker. This guy doesn't know
Oh.
shit.
Your ancient
Taking damage, dingus.
Holy shit. Okay, that explains.
Oh, what damage were you taking?
dire structures are fortified.
From the silence thing.
That only procs at the end though.
No, it does damage over time, and then it procs at the
I
end.
mean, you're talking about Orchid, right? Are we talking about the same thing?
time to return the favor.
No, talking about Grimstroke.
Was he silenced by Grimstroke, guys? Can somebody go back in time and watch the fucking replay?
Yes, indeed.
I actually don't want to play this game.
I'll check.
Stretching my legs.
Oh yeah, he was silenced.
Grimstroke's silence is damage over time? Either way, actually it doesn't matter because like I'm sure it does damage in tinks, and you can always use bottle just a tiny little bit.
Push mid. DD.
Was that a twitch on my web? My web twitches. Skittering.
Nature's Prophet, can you come here? Sven, can you come here? Where's Sven? Where the fuck?
Irie.
Sven. Sven is coming after everyone died.
So stupid.
This guy.
I actually really don't like my team.
But I wasn't going in.
You really needed to have a BKB on the spider.
Yeah, I need a lot of things. Hey Namdota, we're talking about Grimstroke's silence. So you're saying that Grimstroke was being silenced by, or Tinker was being silenced, right? Once
I
latched,
guess I don't think
she's
tune and defend.
ran damaged.
Your ancient is under attack.
Anyways, you still want to spam your bottle either way, you know.
Your ancient is under attack. Dire victory.
GG, nice
No,
try.
I'm sure you can still use bottle. I mean, he's just running towards fountain. He has bottle. He should use it.
Bow before me.
Oh wow, Nature's Prophet is the only one to farm. Oh man, that was a hard game. Oh, we have to do another hero poll, guys. All right, let's do it. Okay, last time you guys voted on Broodmother. This time I'm gonna add another hero. GG, guys. Wish we had a Tinker that didn't random and clearly doesn't play him ever. It's not wrong. I'm gonna add PL to this list. PL, let's add PL. Okay. And PL. Okay. Poll starts right now. These are the only heroes on the list. To vote, you type in !vote, then you put in the space, and then you put in the number. Hey Mochi, I have no idea who you are. Good luck on your vote. You get up to 3 votes, but each vote costs 5 points. Hello, Andreas. Get your votes in. I'm a queue for this game. Oh man, could have carried that last game. Tinker had 3 bottle charges and 226 31. Ren did 300 damage before reductions. Okay. So I mean, I guess if he had just bottled once, he would have survived once. Yeah, because I'm pretty sure Phantom's Embrace does damage in ticks. Dota 2 Grimstroke. Here, let's have a look at the Wikipedia article. Phantom's Embrace, I guess maybe every half second. I'm just guessing. Yeah, see? So deals 3, 7, 11, 15 damage in 0.5 second intervals starting immediately. So, I mean, you can still get like what, 0.4, 0.5 seconds of bottle charge time, right? Because this bottle, like I think it's like 0.1 second heals. That's what I think, but I'm not sure. Let's have a look. Bottle. Yeah, all it says is that heals 125/75 over 2.5 seconds. It doesn't really tell you the interval, but I'm pretty sure it's just a smooth line. So yeah, basically he should have spammed his bottle. I mean, we can even test it.
But would have that changed anything for the game?
Oh wait, no.
Yeah.
No, seems like Dick from the beginning.
I mean, he played bad the whole game.
Prepare for battle.
So you cast this, and look. You see how I got a little bit of HP there? That would have made the difference.
I'll give it my all.
My fountain. Buy another bottle. Yeah, you see what I mean? Get your Huskarda 225 HP, then do level 4 Embrace. I think this is a little complicated because Strength gives you magic resistance, right? So you would have to calculate Tinker's Strength. You'd also have to calculate Grimstroke's Intelligence, and it just... It doesn't matter either way. Let's check out this poll. Hey, TB winning with 9 votes. Get your votes in, guys.
Ooh. Why am I not surprised though?
Touchies almost winning the poll. Axe at the bottom, surprisingly. If Techies wins, I will donate to ban him. I am not sure that I'm willing to accept your proposal, sir. I love Techies, man. But having said that, you know, I mean, everyone has a price for everything, right? I mean, I'd suck a dick for the right price. $1 million US to suck a dick? Oh yeah. Send all the dicks my way. Now, not to imply anything about your character, okay, Lulu? But would you suck a dick for $1 million US?
For $1 million?
No,
yeah.
I would suck a dick. I would suck 10 dicks for $1 million US. Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, $1 million US will set me for life. I don't have to work ever again. I'm good. I'm good. Be careful of what, Gaben? Be careful of $1 million US. Oh no! Oh no! Oh shit! $1 million US?
No, someone will.
Oh, Techies is winning.
Oh.
Go
Techies!
English only, please. English or ban. Hey, Wing, don't make me ban you, okay, man? Mắc dại, huh? Actually, you know, I'm just gonna ban you. You keep spamming. Okay, yeah, you're just gonna get banned. Sorry, man. Nope. Garbage in this stream. Oh shit. Oh, I wanted to... Somebody vote for Techies besides me. Vote Techies. Vote Techies. Vote 1. Is it cold in Canada? Why is that even a question? There is polar bear, snowmen, hockey players outside my window. They're playing hockey, of course.
Your turn to ban.
Techies. Oh, Techies is winning, guys.
I just voted 2
oh, did
times
you?
for
Oh,
it.
good job, Lulu. Techies winning? Techies not banned either. I'm gonna put my icon on Techies. Oh fuck. TB getting close. Oh no, I have to pick Techies right now. I think Techies is already winning the vote, right? And I gotta pick a hero. I gotta pick a hero so I don't lose any money. Techies.
Oh shit!
For techies.
You know, for $20 US, I'm okay with that. Alright, we played Terrorblade. Yo guys, I really want to play TV.
Your turn to pick. Your turn to pick.
Anyone want this guy? Okay, man. Can I play TV, guys? You can't random after the first 2 picks.
Your turn to pick.
Fuck, my team won't let me play TV, guys. Alright, what's...
Oh, the next one?
Alright. Pick Earth Spirit.
Go techies anyway. Oh.
Yeah, I'm gonna play Nyx Assassin.
Your turn to pick.
Oh, Draw Ranger. Wow, such a low number of commits. So toxic. He gets committed 1 out of every 10 games. So the next poll still working? I don't know what that means, Jinkit. Polls always work. Techies 1 poll?
Maybe he's at...
Somebody deny me Techies. Then I try to play TV, but my team won't let me play TV.
Maybe he's asking if next game you'll play TV.
Maybe he's asking. Why did you vote? To get a chance. You hate the poll? You don't like the power? Oh, so rather than giving you a chance of seeing the hero that you want, I just take away that ability completely? Okay. Seems good.
Yep. The exact opposite of the entitled kids, like, don't give me any options.
As foretold, it is in the bag. To max. Mix.
All muted. What if someone offered you $500,000 to suck half a penis? Absolutely.
30 seconds to battle.
What does half a penis mean? Like a chopped penis?
Yes.
What kind of the discussion?
I'm fucking lagging. Hello, Lulu, are you there?
I'm there.
I can't
I'm
even
here.
move. Oh, this shit is happening again.
The stream is okay though.
Oh, I'm gonna reset my router at some point. Oh my god, the rune! Oh my god.
Yes. I have one purpose for being. Betray.
Wow, how did that not land?
The gods strong.
Holy shit.
Oh, I got first blood, so... Wait. Okay, let me get this straight. So I get first blood, I get 295 gold, and then Shadow Shaman gets second blood, and then he gets 309.
Maybe because you got the
Fuck
gold
this game.
from the first blood?
Hear my thoughts. Beings. I have one purpose.
Choosers can't be beggars, man. Sorry, have you ever contributed anything? Oh, okay, you've never contributed anything? Oh, okay. Huh, so you have no power then. Just a whiny kid.
No, he's just a piece of shit.
Yes. On Agnes Veins. Onerous.
Oh, I typed it wrong. I said beggars can't be choosers, but then I typed the exact opposite. Oops. Doesn't matter.
It's okay. We're trying to concentrate on
right.
the game as well.
I almost fed there. Because of you guys. Fucking stream chat.
Yes. My words into the mind would not be ill. To my marks. Onerous.
Well, Morphling should be getting very easy farm.
On Agnes Veins. Higgs guides me.
Sound delay? Okay. Gotcha.
I see there.
Gotcha.
Attack! Suffer!
What the fuck, man? Where did he go? Jesus. Yeah, fuck you, man.
Holy shit.
Yes.
You're dead. I am still dead. I've played Nyx and Immortal before. Like maybe 2 or 3 times.
My thoughts again inhabit flesh. Jagged-legged I ran. On Agnes Veins. The gods strong. Onerous.
Come on, man.
No one does this to me.
Oh man. What a cute dodge attempt. Oh dude, oh man, oh dude, I'm so rich. No, my clarity.
Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower is under attack.
What the fuck? You see? Okay, ward right here, right there.
Windrunner's missing.
Do you think she went top or bottom?
I don't know. I think she went jungle or to farm or something. Yeah, she's back. She just shot a power shot.
By the way, there's a ward right there. She's bottom.
Oh shit.
You fucking cunt! Die! Orb Venom, go! 2 HP!
Oh.
Yep.
That was so close.
Back at mid.
I have one purpose. Yes. Collapse.
Your top tower is under attack.
There, there. Go kill me! Kill me! Yes! Got it.
Nice.
I need skill too. For what? You burn really shitty amounts of mana for an exorbitant amount? Nah, I'm good, man. And there's a huge difference between 0.6 stun and 1.2. That's double the stun duration. Oh god. Yeah, no backseat.
God's strong. You're in over your head. Onerous. Needs.
Runes, guys.
tower is under attack.
What the?
Oh,
Yeah, sucker.
I thought she will deny. She has haste.
Your top tower is under attack.
Oh, wow, he's hasted. I thought it was just one running. Just on.
Nice.
Yo, you guys are awesome.
Well played.
So greedy. See you later, Andreas.
Hero. I'm experimenting with greens randoms.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Hey Mars, I'm here, okay? Can you go back in?
Tower is under attack. Your top tower is under attack.
Come now, strike me.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Hear my thoughts.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Got him.
Nice. Well played.
Snakes.
Oh.
Your middle tower is under attack.
True, thanks for subscribing.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I need some. Suffer. Gates bestows her grace. Exposed.
Dude, I am way higher level than this round. Although I did read the tome, but still.
I think
You
you're
just jumped on me.
a lot more fun. Yeah.
Look, he's around.
Your top tower is under attack.
Unpack this legs.
Your top tower is under attack.
Snakes.
Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower is under attack.
Yes. The battle coin is wasted on me. Die! Transfigure! Jesus. Ice double damage.
Okay.
He excites me. As Nyx would have it. I speak without voice. Jagged-legged Ivan.
Many a grave is hidden in these woods.
I have one.
What the fuck? There's Sentry here, dude. Oh man.
My words into the mind, but not the ear. Unpack this lens. I was meant to have this. What a bounty!
Your top tower has fallen.
Oh my god, I just died and did nothing.
Holy shit.
Really bad. Oh man. I want the Yule so I can land my stun easily. Also regen. Windlace is just a really good value item for movement speed. Ooh, oh my god. Why is OD leaving? What the?
Holy shit, dude. That was insane. That was actually nuts.
Oh, I should have bought Observer so I can ward this area. Oh, wow.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Oh shit, I'm dead.
Oh shit. Oh,
I don't know,
oh my
man.
God.
How my team takes so long? Like, does no one have TP? Scroll! Jesus!
More fast. Some more. Oh, geez, down.
Oh, glorious day.
This guy doesn't get his passive at all, not even a single point. Huh. Seems inefficient.
Restore to consciousness.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Your bottom tower has fallen. Your bottom tower is under attack.
Together.
Wow. Oh shit, I might die. Oh.
Wow.
That guy,
I forgot how this hero works.
That guy used Observer before I did. Good.
Get this mana. I need it.
Your top tower is under attack.
Maybe you should get some rest then.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Where are we going, Wind Ranger?
Dire structures are fortified.
Never mind, Sand King disrupt my TP. Oops. What a fucking piece of shit. Go somewhere else, dude.
No. He has stayed top for a long time.
Your top tower is under attack.
Sand King's mid. Sand King's mid of epicenter. Sure.
good, you're good, you're good.
Oh,
You're good.
fucking tanking.
Oh my god.
Oh no!
Oh man. Oh god. Oh, maybe I just stand right here. I would have survived. Yeah, if I just stand right here, maybe I can probably survive it. Is anybody in stream chat?
That 5 minutes was so long.
Hello guys. My stream broken.
It's not broken.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen.
Yes. Mix.
175 watching. Okay. Gotcha. What the? Ow! 40% of my HP? Hey, can you blast the monkey? Thanks, man.
Your top tower is under attack.
Not worth it. Never mind, I feed.
Motion.
Yeah.
You tried.
Yeah, maybe if I ask AA to use his ultimate like 2 seconds later, we can kill him. Is that my sister talking? What makes you think it would be my sister? Hi, Hardy.
Your top tower.
Today we hear a lot of questions like that.
I thought the PA was your girlfriend. Wait, what?
Yep.
Your top tower is under attack.
This.
I think he was saying that he ate the character itself.
I have one purpose.
Oh my god, he just got away, dude. Hey! Oh man. Ah, Jesus, fucking monkey.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Lulu can read all your messages, so no need for me to tell her. Need Tranquils? I don't think Tranquils is a good item on Nyx Assassin. He has so much regen already. $25 minutes.
Holy shit, double kill.
I fucking miss everything. We all miss everything.
Oh shit. Oh. He's dead.
Die alone.
Jesus.
Your top tower is under attack.
Oh, you guys still have more kills than me.
OD's really a good player.
Didn't he random OD?
No. He picked another hero that somebody wanted. Somebody else randomed OD but didn't want to play it. Yeah, nice try, man. Yeah, you did.
Actually, Morph is the one that's doing
It
the
is.
worst.
3 and 6.
Yep. Everyone else has 7 or 9 kills.
He canceled his ultimate.
Oh, nice.
Why are we so good?
I got it from my daddy.
Everybody but the hard carry, bro, always.
Oh no! Oh no! I'm dead. Oh no!
Going so deep, man.
Sorry. I just wanted to put down
We're
some
fighting all
words.
together. We are very strong. We are way stronger.
Hi Sigit. Hi MMA.
I haven't fought around a Mars ult yet. Like that won't happen for another minute anyway.
Radiant structures are
Eat everybody.
I
up
keep
here.
you bottom. Oops. There's a drow somewhere around here. Morphling, if you want to come join.
I speak without voice. To my max. Sneaks.
Bro.
Oh, and he dies again.
Save me.
Oh shit. Falling apart all over the place, eh?
Dude.
Oh my god. See you later.
Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower has fallen.
Oh no, there's a fucking range creep here.
Oh, it's dead. Now that. Oh, that's Sanky. Oh, he TP'd.
Somebody save this area.
You gotta use him. You use him and walk away.
Is Dota my full-time profession? Yeah. Not because I'm particularly good. Bye, man. Heard you the first time, though. What the fuck? This Morphling kind of sucks dick, huh?
Oh my god, is this guy 1K?
Damn, he sucks dick.
Yep, big time actually.
Because I have nothing to do? Who has nothing to do?
Does anybody see that?
Your middle tower is under attack.
Just let him in.
Holy fucking damage. Here, you want some attention? There you go. What's that supposed to mean?
Your bottom tower is under attack.
This Mars is really mature. A lot of people get banned from the stream, you know? Jesus. Yeah, we banned a lot of people from the stream. Holy shit.
Oh my god.
There are some things such as tomorrow. He guides me.
Oh shit. Man, what do I even do in this situation?
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower has fallen.
Okay, man.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower has fallen. Your bottom barracks
Oh fuck, wrong button.
attack. Your bottom barracks.
When did he get here so fast?
Oh my god, I'm missing.
Oh man, I thought my meme hammer was on space, but then I just put down a ward for no reason. Oh.
Your middle barracks are under attack.
I was meant to have this.
Man, sheepstick is sheepstick. Place ward wombo combo. Got him. Got him good. I need another item, but I'm not sure. Eon this. I mean, Ether Lens. Gonna sell the Stout Shield for sure. Probably don't really need this one either. Sure, man. Hey, OD is going in, guys. Look. We gotta go in together. And we don't have mid tower either.
Radiant structures
Hey, Mars,
are
come
fortified.
to the shrine here. Astro me, dude.
It's on cooldown, dude.
Oh, that was so fun. Oh no!
Jesus.
Oh, shit.
Job on what? Okay. Can't tell if you're being sarcastic.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Oh, thanks.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I know,
So
yeah.
many assholes
Can't tell
in
if being
Dota.
serious.
Yeah, it's so bad when you misunderstand people that are trying to be nice.
Your middle barracks are under attack. Your middle barracks is falling.
You hammered.
Dire structures
Oh,
are
Jesus.
fortified.
Looking for me.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your top tower has fallen.
There's not a whole lot you can do about that, you
Your
guys.
middle tower has fallen.
Felt pretty good about killing Drow, though.
Has fallen. The enemy
I am just a lowly support.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen.
Seriously?
Is under attack.
Oh, damn.
Oh, man. Yeah.
GG, nice try.
If you spoil, I will ban the shit out of you. That's why we have dislikes. Ugh. That's like saying, if I spoil Avengers Endgame, is that an annoying behavior? If you even have to ask, you know what I mean? Like, I can't even believe that's a question. Is it okay if I fuck your mom? GG guys.
GG.
Exactly. Alright, well, let's do another hero poll.
When all the hope is gone.
Alright, so last time you guys voted on Techies. Techies won the poll. Somebody donated to ban Techies. Then I was gonna play TV, but it was already late into the draft. I asked my teammates if I can play TV. They say no. So then we didn't play TV. And then it defaulted to Nyx Assassin because he was the only support left. Okay, let's reset this. We're gonna take out Nyx Assassin. We're gonna add one more hero. I'm gonna watch Endgame on Monday during my medical appointment with Dr. Carol Danvers. Are we supposed to know who that is? Carol Danvers?
Is that a me?
I have no idea. Oh, Morphling is actually a Morphling player? Seriously? Let's see, he was a level 10 Morphling player. Huh.
Oh my god. I was actually thinking that he might be an account buyer.
Oh,
because
Treant.
he hides his profile.
I'm gonna add Treant and Tusk. Treant. Glad you like the soundtrack, Nemosine. Okay, I'm gonna start the poll and then you guys can vote on it, okay? So poll starts now. Only way to vote is to type in !vote, space, and then the number. You can vote up to 3 times, but it takes 5 points per vote. Good luck on your vote. Be right back. Wash 'em. Okay. Alright, I'm back. Next.
Welcome back.
Man, Hong Kong got beat up because he spoiled the end game in the theater. Well deserved.
Oh yeah, I did see that. You have to be a certain kind of asshole to go to the cinema and spoil the movie that people are about to watch.
Oh yeah.
That is.
I think the very same kind of person who yells fire, you know, also in the same place.
Oh yeah.
Your turn to bow.
I think Techies wins, right, guys? I mean, he has. Yeah, he's winning.
It's Techies and GB again.
Let's go.
I seriously count my hours that when will you come back? It would be great if you stream more. It relaxes me, mate. Hey, Vibe, I'm glad you enjoy the stream so much. Fuck, TV's winning. Shit. Oh fuck. Oh my god, I was gonna play techies. Yeah, I gotta pick soon, guys. Yeah, I'm just go ahead and pick TB, I think. Okay, I picked TB. No.
Your turn.
Yeah, I just picked TB.
Aw. I tried.
Oh, my teammates are freaking out now.
Your turn to pick.
Okay.
Your turn to pick.
Is my favorite color blue? Yeah.
But I thought your favorite color was
It's
purple.
also purple. That's my second favorite color. Hello, Silvio. Man, I have 10 bass armor. That's insane. This is true. My microphone is blue. Blue Yeti. And you know what else is blue? My penis. Just joking. That's fucked up. Well, that makes a lot of sense. If I were a Smurf, and I am, and I had a penis, which I do, then it would be blue. Hey! It all works out.
30 seconds to battle.
I think bounty stop.
Romanians really take Easter seriously, eh?
Yep.
Oh, bounty's bot back.
3 bottom.
3 bot. Okay, we can take these both of these top
I
rings.
think we actually take seriously Easter and
I'm running at
Christmas.
the top ring.
Hey, when Ranger get out, I'm gonna grab their room.
The battle begins.
Hardest rune of my life.
Ah, okay. Donnie's bot. 3 bot, 3 bot. What? That was... Okay, whatever.
Cut and run. In search of prey. They cannot hide.
Oh, I fucked up.
Denied. Depredations. Do they hide?
What the fuck?
Almost broad. She's a cut and run.
Yeah, I think we can kill. Oh, no, never mind.
Watch them flee.
Oh, Baden.
Fear he who fears nothing.
Can you please follow me, please? Thanks.
Aw, such a nice guy. Asking the creeps nicely to
I know, I'm
follow.
Canadian, what can I say?
Canadian for sure, yeah.
Dude, the bounty hunter! Get the bounty hunter! Good!
First blood. The Wind Ranger gets there first.
I might need help. Holy shit, he's so fast. Bounty up here, bounty up here, bounty up here. Sure.
Dude! Oh my god, man!
I was pushing in those.
Falls the dogma of the self-righteous way. Watch my path. Tis a solemn undertaking. Watch them flee. A demon's head. I see him ahead. Sightless, 100 demon eyes. I'll strike, you bleed.
Storm missed.
Havoc reigns. Walking tall.
Oh no. Nice, that was worth, absolutely.
Out of my way.
5 minute runes. Alright, runes.
Crushing skirmish.
Oh yeah, you're right. I don't even. Ursa might need help top, he might be getting killed.
I see you ahead. Shriek when you see me.
I missed. Storm mid.
Watch my path. The silver is a solemn undertaking. Cut and run. Give way. Wise, flee my footfalls.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
Nice.
Hey.
Lift up my knife.
Hey, let's try and. Oh shit.
Oh, they're behind us. They're behind us. Oh dear. Storm's mid. You can 4 bot. You can easily take mid and top. I think.
I'm not sure about that, but should be Christian.
Oh. Oh, Ursa, what a player.
Hitting my stride. Wise, flee my footfalls.
Storm's missed.
Watch them flee.
We're TP top.
Their exchange.
Storm still miss.
Give way. Denied. Hitting my stride.
We can force all that list. Okay, or forced.
We get some fucking wards.
I'm not ready.
Good lord. Alright, we will force at least.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I'm gonna go bot to help push that way.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Coming bot. I'm coming bot. I'm coming bot.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Fuck, dude. Yeah, we need.
Oh man.
3 for 1.
Oh dear lord.
What hell is a sieve?
Storm's missed.
You see me?
Oh, okay.
Strike a nerve. She's a long road. She's a long road.
Storm's missed.
Your middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Oh, Storm's missed. We can take it.
Is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen.
I dare you, son.
The enemy's bottom tower
Am I dead?
has fallen.
I steal ahead.
Your middle tower
Unfortunate
is
3
under
bot.
attack.
Fucking regen? And DD? Regen and DD?
Yeah, he
Okay,
had
man.
DD.
What can I do about that?
Not much.
I come full circle.
3 bot.
Wise, flee my footfalls.
4 bot.
Cut and run.
I think Sven might be alone. Never mind.
Why don't you? Knife. Cursed be. My level best.
Try use your aura.
Watch them.
Down here.
Mind is calm.
3 bot. Oh dear.
Dire structures are fortified. Your bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Shroud did not use her aura. She doesn't listen.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Enemy's middle tower has fallen. Your bottom tower is under attack.
When am I gonna play Mortal Bracket? Sometime in the near future.
On so far. I'm going on Sven. Oh no, never mind. You're not. They're pull up. I have ulti up.
Drow needs help. Use the shrine. Use the shrine. Use the shrine.
Holy
Okay,
fucking
I
shit.
asked Val to use
Estrada.
precision earlier.
Oh,
She
my
doesn't
lord.
use it. I just say something so simple like use shrine.
Storm has no mana if we can somehow catch up to him, but
No, I'm just farming.
Okay.
Oh, double damage.
Yeah, grab that so Storm can.
Not this time.
But you what?
It's under attack.
Yeah, there's many here. Storm, they might jump under something.
Top tower is under attack. Your top tower is under attack.
Storm's here? Oh, they're all here. Many here.
Your top tower is under attack.
I'm over here. Ninja.
Can we get?
Holy shit. Aw.
Order. This is terrible.
Your top tower is under attack.
Man, I really am not impressed by this Drow.
Your bottom tower has
Are you able to listen to teammates?
tower is under attack.
Yo, chill.
It's a legit question.
Joe's gonna come back. She's recovering in the jungle. We'll be fine. I'm gonna try to.
Yeah, we'll be fine. I'm just legit curious if he listens at all.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
There's a bounty here. Oh yeah, I'm gonna add dust for bounty. Oh, he had ulti on anyway. Let's push this top tower. Storm is missed.
It's not time yet. She's a long road.
Bird TP top.
Watch them flee. Cut and run.
What the fuck, man?
Four bot.
Holy shit. He missed.
Oh no! How? They have vision here?
No! Yeah,
Yeah.
I think they have vision there.
Oh my lord. Yo, where's team? Oh, whoops, my bad. I fucked up.
This is my last game, it might be.
Alright, where's the guy?
Your top tower has fallen.
I'll walk away from that person.
I think Storm's coming at you, Ursa.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Oh my lord.
Trust in me. It's not time yet. Watch them bleed. Monster kill. I'm not ready. Crushing skirmish. Not yet. I will not be stopped.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Hi, Blue. Play carry now? Yes. Did you think I was doing support TV?
Yeah, why not?
Holy shit, man.
Holy shit, so many.
Oh, fuck me. You know, I can't play this kind of hero and it's such a stupid lane at this bracket.
Johnny spot.
You just sprout him and then you walk away.
You're right. Oh, yo, Sven's down here. He's just running at me. 2 bot. You can probably take like a 3v5%. There's only blue up there. Nice. Yeah, they TP'd Sven, or they brought Sven and Bounty bot to deal with me, it's fine.
She's a long road. It's as easy as the process. My steel ahead. I'm not ready. Power corrupts. It was already corrupt.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Abbott on top. Sven is in.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Watch my path. Wise, flee my footfalls. Cut and run. My steel ahead.
Fuck. Invisibility right here.
Watch them flee.
Every coin helps.
Your top tower is under attack.
I run afoul. Tempt my blade white. Watch my path.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Cursed be.
Johnny's help me.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Strong number. Oh, rip.
Aww.
No matter, no matter, no matter.
Holy shit. Oh.
Nice, nice.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower has fallen.
My journey is far from over. Jesus, so unpredictable.
Sven TP from mid.
Shall my enemies know death? I tear you asunder.
Sven mid. Many mid.
Shriek when you see me.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Hitting my stride.
You know, it doesn't matter who Urza hits.
Your middle tower has fallen.
Give way.
Hey, back it up a bit. Hey, NP, we need you here. Oh my god.
Yeah, my bad. I fucked up. Too far.
Nah, terribly is just a terrible pick. Okay, let me see if I can fix the audio delay. I'm just gonna... The stream is gonna freeze for a bit, so...
Your middle barracks. Barracks are under attack.
Stream's not over. This game's over though.
Oh yeah.
Your bottom barracks has fallen.
Yeah, I don't know why the game's not showing. Hold on.
Keep top, Storm is alone. Nothing.
Oh, let me restart Dota. Maybe that'll fix something. Hi, Snail Poop. Come on, show up on screen. Dota 2. There we go. See? Listen to me. Oh man.
Up a little bit this game. My bad.
Not overhyped at all? Oh, okay. Hearing a lot of mixed opinions about how whether it's overhyped or not. But generally that it is good.
I'm gonna get jumped on. Oof. Too tough.
Damn, he doesn't carry TP.
Yeah, they're all probably like all around our top jungle.
Roshan has fallen to the Radiant.
Man, I'm so scared to be outside of the base.
Your top tower is under attack.
This Nature's Prophet is actually quite pleasant to play with.
Is under attack.
He tries hard.
Okay, nice.
Yeah, this game's
I think
over.
as long as they are nice and they try, it's still a good game.
Yeah, I'm okay with that. Oh man, I can't decide who to fucking sunder, dude. I was like, okay, maybe the root. Oh yeah, well, Storm's here. Oh, Tina's got a snack.
Your middle tower is under attack.
$2 to feed Tina.
Your top tower has fallen. Your top barracks are under attack. Your top barracks has fallen. Your top barracks has fallen. The enemy now has mega barracks. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen. Dire structures are fortified. Your ancient is under
Oh, this is just embarrassing.
GG, nice try though. That was a really hard game.
No, yeah, it's. I think 3K, 4K is where like I simply cannot just play any hero I want, regardless of draft. Oh well. All right, let's do one more hero poll. And then I think I'm done for the day, guys. Okay, last time you guys voted on TB. Now I take TB away. Clearly, I need a new Smurf. Oh, I have low MMR accounts. No, I think I just need to draft the hero that I want to play a little bit better. Yeah, I simply can't just outplay them with pure mechanical ability or decision making. Like the drafting is actually starting to be important. Anyways, I think poll hasn't started yet, by the way.
Stop voting.
Thinking add one more hero to this poll. I'm gonna add Ember Spirit. Let's do this. Okay, so here's your choices. Poll starts right now. To vote, you type an !vote, space, and then the number. These are the only heroes that you can vote on. It is 5 coins per vote. Good luck on your vote. Oh, we got a game ready?
Oh shit, that was fast.
No. Did we? No, I don't think.
Oh no. I tricked you.
No, jeez. Touchies! Techie is popular, guys.
He's really fun to watch.
For those of you who are voting, make sure you actually read the instructions on how to vote and then do it properly. Touchies! Keep blue and red today. Have I not won games today? I won my Zeus game. I'm okay with that.
And Dark Warden.
Oh, there you go.
Also, you are losing MMR, so.
Good. I guess.
Isn't that what he wanted?
I suppose so. Job, Namdota. You get the techies victory in.
I think that if you vote like really fast, one after the other, it doesn't count. I noticed Namdota just now voted 3 times, and it only showed 1 vote for him. It might be a cooldown between the votes or something.
Maybe.
Yeah, can you try again, Namdota?
Techies! Pretty sure Techies wins vote, guys.
Oh yeah.
Nice, I get to play with Archons now. Oh wait, there's an agent here. Oh shit. Maybe multi-vote doesn't work. I don't know.
5 seconds remaining.
How do some of you have the blue span icon? Those are
Your turn.
YouTube sponsors. Oh, I thought Techies was banned for a second. That was scary.
Your turn to pick. Your turn to pick.
The blue span. When he says the blue spanner icon, it's the icon with the face to the right of the wrench, as in the example of Lilichan and Snillpoop. Fat face, Snillpoop. You calling me fat?
Cute face.
What is my MMR? Main account 5.7. Thank you, Russian guy, for the good luck. Hello. Well, Namdota, you could always press the sponsor button. Sure, it's on the page somewhere. It'll cost you a hefty, I believe, $5 a month, though. I'm not sure if you can afford that.
Yeah, that's a lot of money.
Yeah. I wouldn't even bother, to be honest. Yeah, there should be a sponsor button. Do you not know? Here, I will show you, since apparently you don't know. Since it might look like, oh, I think it says join now.
Your turn to pick.
I'll show you on.
It used to be sponsor. I think they changed it to join. I don't know. It's okay, Snillpoop. Not a big deal, man. I think even on regular YouTube, you should have the button. Maybe, I don't know.
No, I don't see it on regular YouTube. Yeah,
Oh, okay.
it's only on gaming one.
Well, fuck that shit. Good job, YouTube.
How you doing?
Prepare for battle.
I don't really play other games, and also I don't really do parties with people I don't know, man.
That way.
Off we go!
I have known from an early age, since the event of one's first and greatest revelation, that this one would be.
30 seconds to battle.
H1Z1. Pretty pink skins. Great. You sold me, man.
This one is in the bag.
Oh, thank you, Namdoda.
Oh, there you go.
Get those runes, Bounty Hunter. Yeah, you get those runes.
The battle begins.
She baited.
Measurements made.
Bombs built.
Orders dry.
Okay, let's blow something up.
Ugly face. Come on, damn Namdoda. Oh, thanks, buddy. I was just gonna kill myself, but I appreciate it. Lower your standards, Namdoda. I lowered mine.
You sure?
Oh, thanks, man. You really don't have to. I'm gonna kill myself.
He doesn't want you to die.
What a fucking gentleman.
What?
You never asked me to play PUBG. Yeah, you did. We actually have a record of you saying it. Even you say, ha ha ha, just joking. No, you said it, man. Everyone heard
I
you.
might have. I think I've tagged the wrong person. Yep,
What?
I tagged the wrong person.
Right.
Either way, he will not play PUBG with you also.
Yes!
Oh.
Just drop your items.
We're going!
Excuse us. Yes. First blood.
First blood, it shall be duly noted. Let's go!
Your middle tower is under attack.
What the fuck? Oh shit, I got him!
Oh, nice! Well played.
Thank you.
I realize now that it's pretty easy to harass with the techies.
Yeah, you just right click.
Yeah, and then when you get really low, you just suicide.
Yeah, that's right.
Nothing you can do about it. I cannot do anything.
Thank you, Snail Poop. Rooms. Got him. Ha ha ha, try more hard. What does that mean? You need a sound effect for techies? Actually, I think we have some. I think haha 3 is one of those.
No, I think he's talking a lot about the Allah Akbar sound.
Radiant structures are fortified.
I remember a while back he played with a guy that played techies. And every single time he suicided, he used to say that.
Oh shit, got him again! Oh man, what an enjoyable hero to play.
He's so fun.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Stop it, bounty hunter. That's my farm.
Science. Get fast.
The bombs right here.
You sure?
Quit arguing.
It's time I kill myself again.
What was that?
I didn't see anything.
Get him, bounty hunter! Get him!
Go, go, go!
Yes!
Oh, nice. I just realized there are two of the most hated heroes in Dota right now. This in this lane, Bounty Hunter and techies.
Hey Lulu, can you rewind and check how much money I lost? Because
Yeah.
I think after I died I had 620 or something like that. But before that I might have had quite a bit more. I'm not really sure.
He's mine. We put the right foods on that. No testing. Off we go.
No, you had the 500 and something before you died.
Okay, so I really didn't lose much.
Nope.
Nice.
That way.
Oh shit, there's a puck here. Oh man.
Such sorcery shall not prevail.
Oh man, I didn't even see the
You're
puck. Oh no, he
good.
just put the ward here. Wonder I didn't see.
I still smells. Yes.
Oh, bounty hunter is fed as shit. Wow, he's so rich. Is the sound delay any existent for anyone else?
I actually think now the sound is ahead of the video.
Right.
Tide is muddy.
Oh, what a nice time.
Oh.
Good job, man. Yeah, let's try.
Good plan.
This was great.
Yes,
How could anyone possibly hate techies?
I don't
He's
know.
so cute.
He has one of the cutest voices.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Okay.
Motherfucker.
Ah.
What was that?
You sure?
When are you in?
Like a tree.
Oh, Jabaited his W.
Off we go. Service to the realm.
Boom! How many times have I killed anti-mage, man? He's died 3 times. Thanks to me. Weaver was yesterday. I didn't get that reference now. Could you mind explaining?
Why did they kill us?
It's our job.
Oh, did I make the same voice for Weaver? Oh, sorry. I reuse sound effects, you know. I'm cheap.
Your top tower is under attack.
Oh, anti-mage. You want this? Wait a minute. What are you doing then? What are you doing? What do you think you're doing? Hmm?
He thinks he's farming.
science.
Excuse me. Mine in place.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Here goes.
He's so fucking dead!
Yes.
Burns.
Oh, this guy anti-mage will ban.
I know,
next game.
he's so fucking
Yep.
angry, I'm sure.
Yeah. This is one of those games where you lose to a hero and the next game you ban techies. And the next game after that.
Dire structures are fortified.
My mind is exploding with the face. It's not time yet.
Oh yeah!
The enemy's bottom tower has
All the
fallen.
farm.
Your top tower is under attack.
Sneaky.
Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower has fallen. Dire structures are fortified.
Yes. And the second.
Wow, man, I'm about to take tier 2.
Radiant
beat down.
structures are
Oh yeah.
Bam! Oh my goodness.
The enemy's
I am
bottom tower
farmed to shit.
You have the most kills.
Oh, do I?
So.
God, I'm sexy. Oh, they're bringing Darkseer to deal with me. What are you doing? I'm just gonna kill myself, bro. Don't make me do it. I'm gonna kill myself. Alright, I'm out of here. Oh, you know what? I actually had enough for eggs, but I lost 180 gold doing that.
Aww.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
I don't know.
Well, you probably would have that place.
Yeah.
And that will give money to them, so it's better this way. Oh.
Let's find out.
What?
Got me eggs. Oh, before even
Oh,
level
yeah.
12. My level 1 eggs ult.
That way. Come on.
Isn't that necessary? You sure?
Quit arguing.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Let's go like this. Bombs here. Oh, it's dangerous to be over here. Here. Oh, shit.
Oh.
Bomb area.
Let's go.
Man, I cannot wait for someone to go on these mines.
That poor bastard.
Yeah, this is gonna be that's 1800 magical damage.
Come on. Oh, she's gone.
What was that?
I didn't see anything.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Okay, that's 2,400. Yeah, that'll fuck up.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Aw, just
Oh,
lucky
fuck's coming for me.
Oh, and Dark's here.
Oh my god.
Oh,
Now, are they
shit.
smart enough to understand?
Can you get 3?
Oh, they know, huh?
The enemy's top tower.
They probably know.
Oh man, what do I do?
Ah, they have a ward.
Whatever. Bring all y'all, the whole team. Kill techies. I'm okay with that. Well, they can't have sentries everywhere. In fact, that's why too. Fuck, techies buying sentries now. Ugh, yeah, sentry battle techies. This fucking guy. Actually, you know what? I am gonna go top since Void's bottom. Techi!
That way. Set.
It pops so much, Bill.
Blink dagger. We're going.
Yes. Just so.
Anyone get the...
Fucking piece of shit.
Hope this works. Let's go.
To the void. In place.
The enemy's top tower is falling.
Got him.
Trap is set.
Oh boy.
Up we go.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Where are you going?
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Your bottom tower is under attack. The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Oh.
What? Just for you.
Yes. Find a place.
Oh yeah. That AM is definitely going to ban.
Yeah, he's so down with techies. This fucking techies ruining my fucking game. Alright, we don't put bombs in the same place twice. Or do we? Where's my sound effect? What the fuck? There you go. Oh, Jesus. I'm dead. Chachi!
Oh look, you have 6 kills and 9 deaths.
69. Oh, Oracle's stuck in the in the Cronus group. Banham is fed as shit.
Your middle tower is under attack.
There's a whole bunch of vision around here. I should probably buy a gem.
Yeah. I think they are tired of your shit.
Oh yeah, I'm tired of my shit too. What the fuck, man? Can't blink during coil, huh?
Aww.
Well, good thing I didn't have the gem on me yet.
Oh yeah.
What you need, BKB, I think. They have a lot of magical bullshit. Pretty sure he needs BKB.
Oh, he listens.
Nice. Love players that listen.
Oh yeah. There's the ward up there too.
Here.
Nice.
Yes. Yes.
Look at all the sentries.
Are fortified.
Oh yeah, free wards.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Excuse us.
Just chill, wait for it to cover all.
Yeah, Roshan is actually a good idea.
Yeah, we could roam.
Hey, I have gem.
Haste. Yes. Let it. Haste.
Okay, our sniper needs this last item. Anyway, just do it 9. Hasn't done shit this game. Hey, we need the cores before we siege.
We're going. Jeez.
Yippee.
Science. Hope this works. Put the right force on that one.
Wait, where'd my bomb go?
The
Probably someone
enemy's
destroyed
bottom
it.
shrine has fallen.
You want my gem? You want a gem? Sure, bud.
What?
Fuck! Someone keeps clicking my gem. I mean, my bomb. What a great combo. Oh no. Oh no. No coil. You use coil for nothing.
Wait, can we get this? Yes, I can.
Oh fuck, right? It dispels. Care that much. Okay, you know, I'll come grab it. Alright, I'll grab it. Shrines are, I mean, runes are almost up.
Boyd, put in your BKB, man.
Let's go.
The enemy's top shrine has fallen.
Thanks.
Just look at it.
Okay, I will do top. Oh man, that was not a successful split push. I have 1,500 gold. Oh, wait a minute. Damn it.
I think Anti-Mage doesn't care anymore. I think he's so done.
Well, the proximity mines his magical damage, and he has lots of magical resistance. So at this point, he doesn't care. Nor he should he. Fucking bitch!
Oh no!
My lord. Oh my god, going balls deep on this. Hey.
Oh shit! Oh shit!
Oh no, Matt has stopped the wrong time.
Oh my god! Oh, he's dead.
Fucking die, you piece of shit puck! Jesus. Sniper helped him, dude. Oh! Come on, press E! Bounty Hunter Shadow Walk, dude! You had it the whole time!
Oh my god! The gem!
Your bottom
No, your dust is over, dude.
Your bottom tower has fallen.
No dust.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
I'm dead.
Aww.
Your middle tower has fallen. Your middle tower is under attack.
As foretold.
Ugh.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Come on, Void, make some place. Hey, Void, you had to go back.
Your middle tower is
What is this guy doing, dude?
dire structures are fortified.
Easy timeout.
Your middle tower has fallen.
Puck's dead. Puck's not dead? You serious? Puck's fucking alive.
Oh, it's good.
Come on, don't pussy out, dude.
Well, that was interesting.
Your middle barracks has fallen.
Oh, fuck that.
Did I actually see ward just now? Enemy ward? I imagine that. I imagined it. Hey, you want gem?
Yes.
Come on, guys. Here's a major objective.
There's a good little line.
Regeneration.
What can I do?
We're going. Hope this works.
Sight.
Here, anti-mage bot back here.
A strange time to hibernate.
Oh, Sniper was bottom though, the whole
Yeah.
time.
Nah, he's just a farmer.
Double damage.
I think I need to buy sheep stick. No, Sniper, he just farms. That's all he does is farm. BKB, BKB.
Your top tower is under attack.
Get out, get out.
Oh shit.
Your top tower is under attack.
It's personal.
Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower has fallen.
What was that?
I didn't see anything.
Your top
Oh no!
Oh shit, that fuck.
Man, how did Void die? Uh-oh.
Oh no.
Oh.
That's
Oh
my
shit,
back.
dude. We lost.
Oh shit.
Oh man.
Your top tower is under attack.
Silver Edge, dude! Silver Edge! Uh-oh. Oh my, oh god, Sniper's dead too.
Oh shit.
Someone chose to put time to study out of commission.
Such sorcery shall not prevail.
Gabriel, you don't need to say sorry, man.
Your top tower has fallen.
I've won enough games today, I'm good. Oh my god! Chain feed.
Barracks are under
It was still a really
Yeah.
fun game.
It's, having fun is the most important. I've won 2 games.
Your top has fallen. Your top barracks are under attack. Your ancient is under attack.
All you have to do is stay in the damn base,
GG,
CJ.
nice try.
Thanks, Gabriel. Wow, we had 20,000 net worth lead. And we threw it.
Shit.
Amazing.
Look at that dungeon mage farm.
Yeah. Hello, Raga. 32 of 20, 36 kills? Is that the puck? Oh, I got the level 25 puck.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what I can do to help my team. Maybe I should have pushed for them a little bit more.
Oh, you tried your best.
Yeah, I agree. I think if the sniper was with us in more team fights, we could probably win them. Like, sniper needed to be there when every single time Faces Void used Chrono. Because Faces Void, his damage is like,
yeah,
it's okay, but it's not great. But sniper is like, he has tons of damage. So actually, just the Void and the sniper just need to work together a little bit more.
Yeah, I haven't seen sniper in the team
Yeah.
fights. If ever.
English only, please. Okay, Lulu, I will join you after I finish talking to the stream.
Okay.
Alright, does anybody have any questions or comments before I go? I'm done for today. I've already streamed 6 hours. Not bad. Anti-Mage recovery. I wouldn't say that he really recovered. I would just say that it's more inevitable that Anti-Mage will have farm. I mean, if you give somebody 45 minutes, like Battle Fury and a Blink for 45 minutes, they're gonna have farm. Like, there is no way to stop them from having farm if you give them 45 minutes, right? Nah, Anti-Mage is not fat. Like, you have to compare Anti-Mage's farm at 45 minutes to other Anti-Mage's farm at 45 minutes. So no, he was actually quite poor that game, but once again, you give any Spectre or Anti-Mage 45 minutes of farm, they're gonna get strong. What have you got more kills, say, with a better hero? Yeah, possibly. I mean, if I played a hero that I was really good with, I can probably win for sure. But Techies is fun, Namdota. Remember, having fun is the most important thing. Yeah. I think Sniper was trying to push, but he was just pushing in the wrong places. Yeah, Sniper really needed to be there every single time Void used Chrono, I think so. But they never worked together. But their combo is the two most important things. Glad you like the Blink Dagger combo. Glad you had fun, Lulu. I wouldn't say that Sniper was a pussy. He just didn't understand the winning conditions. Like, he wants to push, like he wants to kill, but he's just not in the right place at the right time. Yeah, I think the Sniper was in the right place. Like, if they can Chrono and kill either the Oracle and the Puck, the game would be over. Hopefully both. Like, if Void can Chrono both the Oracle and the Puck, game's over for sure. But yeah, they never really worked together. Any more questions or comments, guys? Pretty hungry. Need to get some food. 1:30 p.m. Yeah, I should be back tomorrow around the same time. Tomorrow is a Monday. Yeah, I will be back tomorrow around the same time, so it should be close to 7 a.m. Pacific time. Oh, I'm gonna get some food. Gabriel, I have a feeling I'm older than you, my boy. Alright, I'm gonna get out of here, guys. Thank you everyone for watching the stream. Hope you guys had fun. Back tomorrow around the same time. Have a great day or great night, guys.